Good evening, folks. We are reconvening the meeting from January 19th, but before we do that, we're going to have our invocation, and Joanne's going to call the roll.
The City of San Clemente respects the many people of different faiths who reside here. The City Council historically begins its session with an invocation offered by one of the religious leaders of our community with full appreciation of our shared belief that we are one nation under God. And while the City cannot endorse any particular religion, we respect the religious freedom and freedom of expression of all our citizens to pray as they feel led to pray. This evening's invocation will be given by Robin Margraf, Pastoral Associate of Our Lady of Fatima Church.
Thank you. And please remain standing, and I'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. God of all creation, we give you thanks for this day and the many blessings we have received, for the people with whom we have been in contact, family, friends, colleagues, and even the stranger. We give you thanks for our unique talents and abilities, which together help us to build a more generous and compassionate community. We thank you for all those who serve our city, for those who govern and those who elect, for those who heal and those who counsel, for those who teach and those who protect, for those who work in our parks and on our beaches, so that we may continue to delight in your creation, for those who labor on our streets and our highway, so that we may travel to work and school and back home again safely, for those who make the plans, and for all those who make those plans a reality, for all who fully embrace what it means to be a citizen by working for the common good. We thank you for our village by the sea, which provides us each day with a glimpse of your glory. We pray this evening for all in our community who are burdened, who are hungry, unemployed, or homeless, for those who are ill, discouraged, and those who are lonely. Hear our prayers, gracious God, and help us to ease one another's burdens. As this meeting begins, let us be mindful of the privilege we enjoy to gather in freedom and chart our own course. Give each person present here clarity of mind, compassion, integrity, and a sense of humor. Open our ears, our minds, and our hearts so that our actions may be a reflection of you. And we ask this in your holy name. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilmember Brown. Here. Councilmember Donchak. Councilmember Ham. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Ward. Here. And Mayor Baker.
Here.
The first item is a continuation of the January 19th City Council meeting. The item relates to code amendment for the regulation of short-term lodging units.
Mayor Baker, I will be recusing myself from this item as I my wife is currently employed in the real estate industry, which has a tangential effect. This ordinance has a tangential effect on that.
Okay, thank you, Tim.
Mayor, while you're on that subject, could I bring up one matter of housekeeping?
Please.
All right, thank you very much. Since the last meeting, one of the council members made an inquiry about the ramifications, the possible indirect impacts of these draft regulations on your individual properties. None of the council members owns owns a vacation rental, but I think it was determined that many thousands of people in the city, I think including perhaps the remainder of the council, all of it live within 500 feet of a vacation rental. Not Ms. Donchak, thank you, but there are, I think, 3 or 4 others, and it doesn't really matter because under the Fair Political Practices Commission regulations, a council member is not disqualified from participating in a decision that affects that council member like it affects the public generally. And the test for that is whether 25% of the public is affected and to the same extent, i.e. they live within 500 feet of a vacation rental. Staff did the math for us, looking at each vacation rental and each known vacation rental in town and measuring a radius of 500 feet around them, and concluded that 47% of the properties in town are within that 500-foot radius. So based on that analysis, we concluded, and this isn't binding, but I think our best advice, that the public generally is affected by this to a significant extent, i.e. 45%, and therefore council members are qualified to participate in this decision even if they live within 500 feet of a vacation rental.
Okay, thank you,
Just
Scott.
want to get that out.
Mr. Mayor, while the lawyers got the stage, could you explain to the public what happens when you have 4 people voting?
Oh, yeah. Thanks a lot, Ms. Donchek. Where a member of the council is disqualified, they don't count as part of the quorum. But to pass an enactment, you still need a majority of the remaining 4. So to pass an enactment in which a council member is disqualified, 3 of the 4 need to support that enactment. Is that what you're getting at, council member? Mm-hmm.
And folks, those of you that were here a couple of weeks ago will recall that we heard from an awful lot of folks. We've gotten all your emails. We've heard all the arguments. I'm going to take some public comments tonight. If you're dying to speak and you've got something that we haven't heard before, we'd love to hear from you. But if I get 100 cards, all that does is delay what we're going to do. The council has put an awful lot of time and effort into this. The staff has put an awful lot of time and effort into this. I would ask you that you allow us to deliberate and get on with doing what we're doing. I want to particularly thank my fellow council members for putting a lot of effort into this issue. Chris and Kathy have done an awful lot of work. Lori's done a lot of work. And staff's done a tremendous amount of work here. So please be respectful of our time and everybody else's time. If you've said it already, we heard it. If you sent us an email about it, we read it. I responded to a lot of folks. I didn't respond to everybody because I got another 10 or 15 or 20 today. So anyway, if I've got a card for you there and you just want to make a point, please come up and make your point, and there's no requirement to speak for 3 minutes, by the way. Just want to inform everybody that. And one thing I do want to thank everybody for is that the audience has been very respectful of folks with an opposite view from their own. And I want to thank you for that. That's an important thing for decorum here. We are all neighbors, as a matter of fact. So let's continue to do that. I want to thank you for doing that at the last meeting, and we'll do that again this meeting. Do I have 100 cards here, Joanne? Okay, Mr. Michael Bray would like to speak. Macbeth Shade. Diana Rudolph.
Would it be important to refresh everybody on what's being contemplated right now versus what's going on with the Planning Commission? Or we can just assume? All right.
Yeah, is there a point? Do you want to make a point there? Or I mean, I think everybody knows what we're...
Okay. All right. Okay.
Mr. Bray, do you want to speak? Mr. Bray, do you want to speak? Mr. Bray is not here. Okay. Mary Beth Shade, would you like to speak? Yes, I would. All right. Step right up, ma'am. And then Diana Rudolph is next. And then Harry Snyder is next.
Go. I just wanted to bring to your attention that over the past 20 years, within 300 feet of my home on Poco Paseo has been a rental property that for many years has been a drug lab, hydroponic pot farm. It has had pit bulls coming over my fence to kill and killed my cats. I've been faced with gunpoint. My son has been objected to obscenity and drug people going in and out of the house at all hours. It was unpoliced by the owners of the property, and I had drug exchanges coming to my door instead of theirs, and repeated requests for some sort of policing and safety were never addressed by our local police. So I'm against.
Thank you, ma'am. Mary Beth Shade?
Yes.
Oh, that was you. Yes, sorry, ma'am. Diana Rudolph, Harry Snyder, Gloria Weidman.
Good evening, council members. As a duplex owner in San Clemente, we've been using our property as a short-term rental. And I just wanted to share a couple of key points. I know you've heard probably a majority of them before. In the past 15 years, and you might have heard this one also, that when we rent to people long-term, they come with problems. It's difficult to get them out of our property. It's extremely difficult as an owner to evict a long-term tenant. It can take up to 90 days or longer. And it's virtually impossible to gain access to your property while they're under a lease agreement. It's a high-end rental unit near the beach. One tenant was a VP of a marketing OC-based sporting goods company. Her on-again, off-again boyfriend, alcoholic, loud, noisy, disruptive to the neighborhood. Since we've gone the short-term rental route, I've had access to my property on a weekly basis as guests check in and out, and I'm no longer locked into bad tenants, thankfully. In addition, our short-term rental agreements give me the option to have the guests removed if they break any of the terms of the agreement that we have professionally managed by a management company. That's also very effective. I've entered, or we've invested, my husband and I, over $130,000 into our duplex, and we've had zero issues with any of our short-term rentals. The city's proposal of mandating us to live in one of our units is virtually impossible. And would force us to go back to our yearly rentals. Not a scenario that we would like to go through. My recommendation to the council members, which was brought up last week, is to grandfather in the current short-term rental units and then institute zoning for future applicants. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Harry Snyder. Gloria Widman says, I do not wish to speak. I support the proposed code amendment.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I know that I've emailed all of you several times, so I'm not going to bore you with my email. I just want to reinforce the fact that I believe that of the 345 now active VRBO vacation rentals, the fair thing to do would be to grandfather these people in. The majority of these people have put an awful lot of money into, as Mrs. Rudolph said, building their businesses. It's a better scenario for people like ourselves where we have short-term people coming in and out. I mean, unless you've owned rental properties, you have no idea sometimes, especially in San Clemente, North Beach in particular, the clientele that you've had in long-term rentals. It's been a huge issue. So all I'm saying is there's only 345 out of 26,000 properties. I know you're probably tired of hearing the stats, but to me, grandfathering it is the fair thing to do. And then ultimately putting in restrictions, and as new people apply, then we put in some additional code enforcement. So I just wanted to reinforce my position on that, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Nick Stever, then Karen Casa, then Jack Bellis.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nick Stever, and I hope to provide a perspective on vacation rentals that you have not heard. My family, who is in the back, we are San Clemente citizens as of a year and a half now. We vacationed here for 10 years, and we fell in love with this community so much that we saved up and moved here last year. We stayed in vacation rentals for 10 years. In the Pier Bowl, I think at peak seasons, and we always had a fabulous experience. We're both in education, and we're not millionaires, and it's hard to live in this city. And so part of our dream was being able to find a place that we could live here by the beach in this amazing community. And so our dream was to be able to buy a duplex and live in one and rent out the other for vacation renting. This has been a community that we have fallen in love with. I'm a principal at Bernice Ayer Middle School. My wife is also an administrator for the school district. And we have jumped, feet first and head first into this community. We coach and we're involved in church. And so there's a positive impact that vacation rentals has as well on this city. I would urge also that that current vacation rentals would be allowed to be grandfathered in, but if that's a decision that you won't make, I ask that you reconsider looking at and delineating a difference between owner occupants and investors. We live in our home, and we rent out the neighboring unit. We have a vested interest in making sure that we have responsible people coming in because they're our neighbors too. And I think that's a big difference between an investor who owns a vacation rental and lives miles and miles away. And currently in the ordinance, there's nothing that delineates that difference. The rules would apply pretty similar to both groups. And so we ask you to reconsider that and hopefully grandfather in the current rentals. But thank you for your time.
Go ahead.
I'll comment to that, sir. Just so you're aware, both ordinances that are up for adoption this evening do clarify exactly your circumstance, where you live in one of the units and you vacation rental the other one. So you're on site 24/7 to monitor.
What I found was 90 days still apply.
Oh, that's a separate. That would be for separate.
Karen Casa, Jack Bellis.
Hi, my name's Karen Casa. I've lived in San Clemente for over 30 years with my husband. We have a property in San Clemente in the Pier Bowl area. Off and on, depending on our income or what's going on in our lives, we have vacation rented it. Lately, we've been living in it ourselves because we didn't have to financially. So since we like to stay here, that's what we do. But right now, my husband's he's in the hospital with a broken hip. We are having financial difficulties, so it has come as senior citizens. That's our only income. That's why we bought it, and that's why we've taken such good care of it. And it would devastate us not to be able to rent our property to make some money in our retirement. And so I have never had any problems in all the years we've done it, off and on, with any of my vacation renters. I've had more problems with long-term tenants, which I don't want to do any longer. Most of my tenants, the last people, they were in the San Juan Capistrano horse jumping. They came from all over in their big horse trailers, and they had all kinds of money, and they stayed at our house, and they loved it. Another gentleman was here with his 2 daughters, and they were here for baseball championships. Most people who do vacation rentals have income, their families. They come, they take care of the place. And we also, if there ever is a problem, we have the right to remove them. So I very much hope that you will continue to allow vacation rentals in the city of San Clemente. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Jack Bellis, then Jim Bieber, and Joe Giannis.
Good evening. I have to admit I'm ignorant about most of the conversation that's gone on because I wasn't here at the last meeting. I'm here because my curiosity got piqued by a postcard I got in the mail indicating that I had short-term rentals going on within 300 feet of my home. I live in the 100 block of Esplanade. So I was curious to see who it was. I don't know whether there's a delineation made between entire units being rented out versus rooms. Is that something that's differentiated? Most of you are familiar with
Jack,
Airbnb.
when you're done, we'll have the city manager talk about those postcards for a minute. So go ahead. We'll get you the answer to that when you're done.
Okay. Well, my point was, I was curious because I'm kind of like the unofficial block captain for the 100 block of Esplanade. I keep a pretty good idea of what's going on in the neighborhood, and I hadn't noticed anything, disruptive and so on, so I went online and looked at the 2 homes that are in my block. Both of them are single-family homes. They're not duplexes. So I can only make the assumption that they're owner-occupied. I can only make the assumption that the owners were perhaps renting out a room or a couple of rooms. I don't know. There hasn't been any disruption in the 15 years that I've lived in San Clemente. There is a unit in the next block, which is about a 5,000 square foot home that is rented out short-term on a regular basis. The owner spends 6 months in South Dakota and 6 months here. And when he's in South Dakota in the summertime, he rents it out by the week. Again, I've seen multiple folks that are renting that place on a weekly basis. Absolutely no disruption, no traffic problems, no noise, no alcohol. So that has not been an issue. If single rooms are going to be included in this, I can tell you that 2 women on my block, elderly women, both lost their husbands within the last year. Their husbands were retired, they were on a pension, and for those of you who may be familiar with pensions, when one spouse dies, very often there's a reduction in the income. If either one of those women was in the same situation as the prior speaker and found themselves in dire straits financially and wanted to rent out a room, I wouldn't have a problem with that. And I hope that'll be taken into consideration.
Thanks, Jack. City Manager, a lot of us around town got postcards in the mail last week. Would you say a couple of words about those, please?
Yes, we decided to send out postcards to all the vacation rental permit holders in town, which totaled almost 500. And then we decided that because we were including them in the discussion and bringing them to be a part of the discussion, then we thought we should also, similar to what we do at the Planning Commission level, we should send out postcards notifying residents of this issue that were within 300 feet of these permit holders, which totaled about 12,500.
Okay, 12,500 postcards went out then. All right, thanks. Jim Bieber, then Joe Janis, then Jim Dahl.
Real quickly, I'll answer the mystery of the postcards and why you got them. If you were a family like mine and rented out your house for just 10 days last year, you were tagged and identified as a vacation rental unit. So anybody who did that just a few days and took the time to register with the city were a vacation rental unit. That's our home. The new twist that has been put into this is to place this on the ballot for the voters to address and tackle and fight about. Last year, the San Francisco put the ban on Airbnbs on the ballot, and they spent $8 million to defeat it in San Francisco. I have to scratch my head and figure out why we would want to put that on the ballot in our city and bring a big campaign like that, pitting neighbor against neighbor. If we look at the city and the stakes that are put forth, it would be a $700,000 budget waged in the city against that. And sorry, Chris, I don't appreciate you smirking and laughing at me.
I'm just smiling to change your tune.
If we want to talk about a campaign that would be waged and the stakes and the viciousness of a campaign, that's not what our city needs. A budget of $700,000 would include yard signs. It would entail that everybody's mailbox would be stuffed with 30-plus pieces of mail. They would have their phones jammed with voice messages. They would have postcards from the Orange County Board of Realtors talking about declining property values if this went through. They would get letters and calls from former lieutenants the student here would ask about the wisdom of cutting $500,000 in tax revenue that could go towards public safety. It would be a bad thing for the city to go through any type of campaign like that. So again, kind of questioning the wisdom of why would that even be up for discussion. It would cost $35,000 if it just sailed through without any debates, without any lawsuits challenging the language. And again, the language is all ratcheted up to have the public think that there's some sort of discussion or this is attacking sober living centers, which it wouldn't be. In fact, as it stands right now, legally, if the city is successful in shutting down vacation rentals, legally those people under the ADA and the guidelines that we set forth could flip those over and turn them into sober living homes. We could say, oh no, the city's really battling it, but not really. The way the law is structured now, we would go into another wave of lawsuits and battles of investment people who don't treat their houses like we treat our rental properties, of flipping them over, and now we've compounded a problem for a problem that didn't really exist to begin with. And you can smile at me later, Chris.
Joe Janis, then Jim Dahl,
Well, I guess I
then
do agree with-
Janice Kraus.
I do agree with Mr. Bieber. I think it would be bad to have a vote in our city also. I heard a couple things up here today about we run our business in these neighborhoods, and we believe that our general plan states that you're not supposed to have businesses in R1 areas. Whether the city allows that to continue to happen, I don't know. We're against the grandfathering. If you do continue to let this grow, I think you need to put a maximum limit on how many occupants could be in one area. When any house in a neighborhood gets more than 7 or 8 people in it, it really disrupts the neighborhood. I don't know how many of you out there have that big of a place, but it really disrupts the neighborhood. So once again, we're against the grandfathering. We think that this is an issue for the to check zoning out and see what the general plan does say about these in R1 areas, and go from there.
Thanks, sir. Jim Dahl, then
Hi, everyone. Actually, I was here tonight to talk about the Zika virus, but I'll do that later. I'll talk a little bit about vacation rentals. You know, as a over 50-year resident of San Clemente, we've had vacation rentals in this town for ages. In fact, my wife's grandmother, who sold real estate here back in the 50s and the late 40s and 50s, she took care of vacation rentals in San Clemente for years and years and years. So it's not a new thing. One thing, though, I think could be applied to this is for the noisy vacation rentals that the folks have problems with. We adopted what you would call at the time in 2005 a noise ordinance and a nuisance ordinance. It was called the Rodman ordinance. It was adopted after Mr. Dennis Rodman's adventures in Newport Beach, and I think it was ordinance 1450, and then it was amended later on with some more stuff. So I'm not sure the exact other ordinances were tied to that, but 1450 is a really great ordinance, and tell you what, it's very effective if it's used properly by the Sheriff's Department at this time and our code enforcement. So they can shut them down at the drop of a hat with the Rodman ordinance. So I would encourage the City Council to take that in consideration and use that when we have a vacation rental property that's a problem. We have probably 20 of them on our street, which is really funny. We didn't get a postcard. Alice was wondering. Her sister got a postcard because she lives over by the Boys and Girls Club. But on the Montalvo-Liberio Loop, which probably has the highest concentration of vacation rentals in San Clemente per square foot, we didn't get a card.
It doesn't have the highest, Jim, but it's high.
It's pretty close.
It's high.
Yeah, it's really high because, of course, a lot of them you don't even know about because they don't have permits. So there's probably 25 or 30 on our loop. So and we don't have any problem with them at all. In fact, they're really great. The people that come and rent the properties short term for a week or 2 weeks to spend the summer, whether they're from Minnesota or from Virginia or Maine or wherever, they come from all over the country. We've never had a single problem. So it's the long-term renters that we've had problems with, and thank God we have 4 great renters in our fourplex, so we're very fortunate. So I'd like you to consider it. Thank you.
Janice Kraus. And then Monica Burrick would not like to speak, but do not put STLU issue to a vote, and do not permit STLUs in R1 neighborhoods. That's from Monica Burrick. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Janice Kraus. I live on Del Mar, and directly across the street from me is 2 units that are vacation rentals. One's been there for years and years and years, and the other, the owner, just started recently doing the vacation rentals. And then just to the right of that one, they're just finishing remodeling. I think that's going to be vacation rentals. So directly across the street, I'll have 3 buildings with in excess of 10 to 15 units that are all vacation rentals. And I've been a landlord. I know what it takes to be a landlord. But for where I live, it is a problem in the summertime. Nobody has AC, or very few of us have AC, so the windows are open. There's a lot of noise. You get 10, 15 people in these 2-bedroom units, and that's what they are. They might be 3 generations, and then others, you'll have a group of surfers come in from wherever. They arrive Sunday night, they leave Sunday morning, the cleaners come in. But in the evening, there is a tremendous amount of noise. Music, because they have the stereos placed outside, so, you know, sometimes the music's good and sometimes it's not, but the music is playing, they're drinking, they're barbecuing, they're having a good time, but they're very loud. And the sheriff's department is unresponsive. They don't respond. They don't care. So for me, unless the people across the street from me are going to pay to put in double-paned windows so I don't have to listen to their noise, they're going to pay for me to put in some ductless AC that I was looking at Home Depot. But unless they're going to pay me to do that, I'm kind of against this. You know, I'm glad that you're going to be taxing them. You should be able to identify everybody. But for me, it is a problem in the summertime. In the winter, my windows are closed. But there's still a lot of noise. You know, on a Tuesday night, it's 11:30. I have to be at work at 7:30 in the morning. I get up at 5:30. I don't want to listen to somebody having a good, yes, they're having a good time, but I don't want to have to listen to that noise. And it is a huge problem.
Thank you, ma'am. John Van Epp. Cannot attend, but I oppose VRBOs in R1 neighborhoods and support protect our neighborhood statement limits on STLUs. Tish Colburn, not speaking, oppose, ballot vote STLU, no VRBO in R1. Deb Jackson, no, I'm not speaking, okay. No ballot vote, STLU, no vacation rentals. Okay, oppose VRBOs, oppose putting VRBO issue on ballot. Mike Bauscher, do you want to speak, Mike? Okay, maybe that note was enough. Here's not speaking. Oppose ballot vote on STLU, no VRBO in R1. Susan Nelson.
Can I stop you for a second? Neither of those things are being contemplated on this agenda item. We're not talking about a ballot initiative, nor are we talking about zoning this evening. We're talking primarily on an ordinance that's got regulations in it.
That's why I'm glad these folks don't want to come and speak, because these are issues we're going to take up later in the meeting. So we'll remember your card, though. We'll remember these for later, okay? We promise. Not speaking, no ballot vote on STLU, no VRBO in R1. Tanya DeWald. And if I miss somebody and you want to speak, you know, raise your hand or something. Not speaking, Dara Langressant, against VRBO, against STRU on the ballot. Not speaking, no ballot vote, STU, no VRBO in R1, that's Jim Laurent. Not speaking, support ordinance to regulate, oppose putting it to ballot vote. Not speaking, Valerie Hirsch. Not speaking, no ballot vote, STU, no VRBO and R1, Chad Nelson. Not speaking, Jay Gilbo, do not put STLU on ballot, favors regulation of VRBOs. Not speaking, no ballot vote, no VRBO and R1 from Steve Hathaway. Carol Halper, I believe Ms. Halper wants to speak. I do. All right, thank you.
Hi.
And I want to thank all those folks that turned in those cards that way. Thank you.
How are you doing tonight?
Very well.
Good. I live in Vista Pacifica, and if you're familiar with it, they're like 864 square foot condos. They're very close proximity. And the floor, I might add, on the upstairs is really thin. Okay? So, I actually just wanted to talk to you about some of the reasons why I'm opposed to it. And that would be the lack of knowledge of rules and regulations for the renters that come in. Excuse me. Rancho San Clemente, and I have this here from the CCNRs, and I know you guys can override that, but let's see. Leasing rentals, it has to be 30 days according to our CCNRs. Okay, and that's both Rancho San Clemente and Vista Pacifica. Okay, so lack of knowledge about community standards, parking and noise, lack of familiarity with neighbors, poses a security risk, and overall vetting of renters, which would typically be done in a residential lease. Let's see, I think that's it. Okay, so Section 8.01, residential area, all lots and condominiums within residential areas shall be improved and used solely for single-family use. Now, these are businesses, which was also in the CCNRs as well. Let me just ask you a question. Given what I just said, if you lived in an 864 square foot condo, and when you walked outside your door and there's a door right there, and there's somebody above you, and there's door, and the ceilings are very thin, and you can hear everybody walking up there, somebody's on vacation. Hey, 2 weeks, let's go over and hang out. Invite all your buddies, let's go upstairs and see the view. That's great. They can't, I mean, please. We have a really nice community. We know each other. We could look out for each other. We take care of each other there, and this would really be, now, there's already one permitted in there, so just letting you know, I got the card as well.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to, our Community Development Director, Cecilia, is going to address that very issue when she speaks about this. She'll talk directly about that issue. Okay, do not wish to speak, but against having to live as one of the units full time. Okay, that's, boy, I'm having a hard time with that name. I'm sorry. Art, maybe? Atole? Something like that? We'll decipher that later. Vacation, Brad Dendolk would like to speak.
I was actually going to address this as part of the draft housing element update. As we read, there was a section there updating on the overall housing inventory, affordable housing stock, and that sort of thing, but it felt like it was more relevant for now, so I wanted to read a statement regarding that. Short-term rentals have been and can be seen as essential and positive part of the overall housing, accommodation, and economic formula instead of being antithetical for many reasons. Here are the important services are a small amount of properties, just 343, which is just 1.3 of the total housing in San Clemente. And by the way, there's only 103 units that are in multifamily properties, which represents only 0.4% of the total, potentially affordable apartment living. Anyway, these are the services that provide to the residents, visitors, and community at large. transitional housing for Marines and their families, furnished housing related to insurance issues including fire and flood, transitional housing for families moving to or within San Clemente, accommodations for the many San Clemente-sponsored events, as well as surf competitions, extra housing for visiting family and friends. The community benefits economically from visitors spending an estimated $20 to $30 million per year, direct provider of thousands of local jobs, including housekeeping, construction, maintenance, personal services, and property management. Direct benefit to the city with transient occupancy tax, sales tax, and permit fees. Please include vacation rentals as a positive part of the long-term community and visitor serving plan as part of a mix, instead of saying, hey, they're bad, we shouldn't have them. How do they actually fit with the community needs? Because there is a legitimate need for all these services. By restricting vacation rentals for 90 days and multifamily properties to having to live in one of the units full-time, all these valuable and positive services will not be able to be met, as those provisions would essentially wipe out the vast majority of vacation rentals, along with all the benefits that are provided to the city. Our request is to please grandfather in all existing vacation rental permit holders for the long term and enforce common sense regulations for the benefits of all. Thank you.
Thank you. And my last card is Judy Brown, who does not wish to speak but supports regulations for VRBOs. One more card.
Hey, Council.
Brad Malmuth.
I don't have a dog in this fight, but what concerns me is, and I've emailed all of you, is not that you're decide this issue tonight. It's that the staff has not prepared any economic analysis of the unintended consequences of your actions. I mean, a lot of the people that come down are in the Pier Bowl area, and they use our restaurants, our markets, and everything like that. If we get rid of this, it's going to devastate some of those businesses. But no analysis was done of that. And I see this happening on a lot of the actions that council takes. I think it's, it's thick packets and whatever, but we have no alternatives. The second problem I have is that we take a meat cleaver approach. If the problem is noise, let's stop that. Former Councilmember Deal said we already have an ordinance to stop that. If it's too many cars or too many occupants, let's stop that. But why take a meat cleaver and outlaw everything when we try less restrictive alternatives? We're supposed to be a conservative town, but we're acting like liberal Democrats outlawing what we don't like. That's disturbing to me. Let's try something less restrictive. As far as the issue itself, obviously there's people on both sides, but nobody wants noise in their neighborhood. But let's outlaw the noise. Nobody wants congestion. Let's outlaw that before we start grandfathering some people and give them privileges and deny other people those same privileges. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other? You almost made it. Oh, nobody gets a gold star tonight. Sorry, that's it. No. Okay, last card. Anybody else want to say a couple of words? Okay, then well, we never opened the public hearing, so we won't have to close it. So, Cecilia, would you please come and speak to a few of those points that were made this evening?
Okay. I'll address the HOA issue. That has come up in public testimony before. You have to give me some time. Is it working now? Is that better?
Mr. Mallon, we broke the microphone, I guess.
All right, I'll try and speak louder. Is that better? Okay.
Much better, yeah.
The HOA approval is one point that was raised throughout the public testimony that we've heard. We do have a provision in the draft ordinance that would require HOA sign-off as part of the short-term lodging unit permit application.
So in other words, if somebody has owns a unit at some place like Villa Pacifica that they would like to rent out as a short-term rental, they will not be able to go to the city and get a permit for that short-term lodging unit unless they first go to their homeowners association and get a permit there. If it's not approved in your CC&Rs, the homeowners association is not going to approve it, so then the city is not going to approve it. That's the thinking here. Is that right,
Yes,
Cecilia?
that's correct.
Thank you. Would you talk about duplexes in the Pier Bowl?
Yeah, thank you. For duplexes, we recognize that there is value to having an owner presence in a vacation rental. So for duplexes or multi-unit buildings, if an owner lives in one unit, there's no restriction on the number of days the other units can be rented out. So that unit would not, or that duplex, for example, would not be subject to the 90-day limitation that's proposed in the ordinance.
Okay, everybody understand that? Duplexes, say it one more time then, Cecilia.
So duplexes, multi-unit dwellings are not subject to the 90-day rental limitation. That's in the ordinance.
If you live in one unit of a dwelling and rent out the rest of it, you are not subject to these whatever stipulations we put in place about grandfathering, 90 days, 275 days, 14 days, 1 day, any of that stuff.
That's correct. And
All
home
right.
sharing is also not subject to the 90-day rental period limit.
His point about his one room and a...
That's my next one here. And then would you talk about room rentals in R1 neighborhoods, the folks who rent out one room in their house?
Yeah, so for somebody who rents out one room in their home as a short-term vacation rental, they would also not be subject to the 90-day limitation in the ordinance. So we clarified that as well.
Okay, everybody hear that? If you rent out a room in your house, you're not subject to all these 90 and 275 days and grandfathering and all that stuff that we're going to talk about later. Okay? Would you talk a little bit, maybe this is a better question for the city manager or the city attorney, would you talk about enforcement of the noise ordinance?
I can actually address that
All
if
right,
you'd like.
good.
Sure. So we do have a provision in our code that addresses unruly gatherings. So we've, it's part of your ordinance that we're making recommended changes to it. What we're doing is allowing code enforcement staff now to be able to cite someone for unruly gatherings, and we've also reduced the number of people that can gather or that are subject to these regulations from 8 down to 2. So we've reduced the number in a gathering from 8 to 2, and we've changed the definition of officer to include code enforcement staff, not just the sheriff's department.
Okay, and go ahead, Chris.
I
You
just
want
want
to
to
say
clarify
something?
what Sue is speaking about. She's referring to the ordinance that former Councilman Jim Dahl spoke about this evening about unruly gatherings and noise violations. So that's what she's referring to, just so everybody's clear.
So I just want to say, when we're done with this, if you're planning on having a wedding with 500 people and renting a VRBO to do that in San Clemente, it's going to be an issue. We're going to embarrass somebody there.
Mayor,
I heard a comment about the sheriff not.
Can I add one more thing to that?
Sure,
Since
please.
you asked and Celia alluded to it, there's an enforcement issue also that's being tightened in that part of the ordinance. It used to be that noise violations were measured against the noise standard for that zone, which are counted in decibels, which is pretty technical to measure when you think about it. That standard is being supplanted by the standard of what a reasonable person would understand to be too noisy and standing at a 20-foot distance from that property. So if code enforcement and or the sheriff goes over and can hear the noise emanating from that home at that distance, then there's no need to measure it technically. It's a reasonable person standard as documented by code enforcement. So it will be much easier to enforce than it was previously. Thanks. Sorry to add that, but
No, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you did, Scott. I'll respond to the comment somebody made about the sheriff not being responsive. In my experience, nothing could be further from the truth. I live in a very noisy neighborhood myself. I call the sheriff's department with some regularity because some kids in my neighborhood like to burn dad's tires when they go around the corner, and they catch them occasionally, but I call the cops with some regularity. I don't know whether they know my number out there by now, but that couldn't be further from the truth. The sheriff's department is generally there post haste. with minor noise complaints that I make. And that's all the questions I got from the audience. Anybody got anything to add to that? Cecilia, you want to talk some more about this, or you?
I think the one thing that I would like to add that's a change from the staff report that's dated February 2nd is Councilmember Ham's previous ordinance removed the requirement for a business license. We added it back in when we refined Councilmember Ham's ordinance, and we would recommend that it be eliminated. We've been talking about it with the city attorney. A business license is a permit to operate, and the STLU permit essentially serves the same purpose, so we think there's some redundancy there. So we'd make that recommendation.
So your recommendation in the staff report is to take the business license requirement out of this?
Out of the draft
even though
ordinance.
that's in your recommendations here?
Correct.
Okay, very good. Everybody got that? Sorry, ma'am, we're okay, well, I guess we're done. Shall we, who wants to start talking about this? You want to?
I'll start off.
Go ahead, Chris.
So I have something here that I'd like to read before we start discussion on this item. I would like to start off by thanking the citizens of San Clemente for allowing me to serve on City Council for the greatest city in America. I would like to share some of my experiences over the past 4 years on Council. Unfortunately, I will be focusing on bad experiences. During my time on Council, I've experienced many different political tactics. I've had my career threatened if I didn't recuse myself in large decisions, but the worst one is the threat that I received against my community if I did not leave Jim Bieber and his business alone. I feel it is my duty to report all information I've received both in and out of these chambers. At the January 5th City Council meeting, Mr. Bieber came to the City Council to speak about short-term lodging units, but instead chose to use his 3 minutes to discuss arrogance and his professional experience in running political campaigns. I followed that public comment with an offer to meet at City Hall to discuss STLU regulations that could be supported by both sides of the issue. Out of that meeting, I worked with staff to draft an ordinance that I believe to be a good starting point. During the January 19th Council meeting, I presented that ordinance to Council, and it was continued to the February 5th Council meeting for discussion. Between those two meetings, Mr. Bieber requested another meeting to discuss, in his words, in a less confrontational way to get a compromise, which I accepted. I invited City Manager James Machinoff to join us in that meeting. On January 28th, Mr. Bieber came to City Hall to ask that I leave him alone. He provided me a map of the city with 5 dots that represented the 5 council members' homes. On his copy of the map, he began to draw lines, which he relayed to me would be the future districts by which our community would elect our new city council. He stated in so many words that if I did not leave him alone, he would throw the kitchen sink at me and enact his nuclear option on our community. He told me that he already had an attorney and documents prepared to sue the city. To reassure me, excuse me, sir, I gave you an opportunity to speak. To reassure me the seriousness of his threats, he recited to me the number of times he moved growing up and implied he had no ties to this community. When I informed him that I was under the impression that we were in a meeting to discuss potential STLU regulations, he turned his threat towards our newly appointed city manager. He stated that if the council didn't make a correct decision on their own, maybe the city manager should nudge his council in the right direction or prepare himself to find a new place of employment after our new district elections this fall. After these threats, I confirmed with Mr. Bieber exactly what his position was, that he was here to threaten my seat on council in exchange for leaving him alone. When I informed him that I would not be accepting his proposition, he warned me that I have not even begun to see the level of corruption and dirty politicking that he is prepared to take on. That is just half the kitchen sink that he is using at his disposal. When I asked him of the legality of what he was asking me, he quickly informed me that this is what he does professionally. Everything he has said here is completely legal because it is not offering me any financial or political benefit for agreeing to his proposition. I guess Jim wanted me to consider all the threats and what it meant to my political future. I bring them up tonight to be clear to him and everyone else. They will not be part of my consideration this evening. As I've indicated in our prior discussions of the issue, my reasons for considering these draft regulations are, first, to address the negative impacts of short-term rentals on our neighborhoods, which have been well documented in these proceedings, and second, to better delineate the difference in character between commercial and residential uses in our neighborhoods. I am here to tell you, Mr. Bieber, and reaffirm for the community exactly why I'm here. I ran for City Council to give the residents of San Clemente a voice, to ensure that the City of San Clemente continues to be the greatest city in America. And I will not be bullied by the threats of you or any other business that comes to town to degrade the thing that makes San Clemente so great, our sense of community. I hope this evening, as a council, we can address the concerns of our residents and put into place regulations to assure that our neighborhoods remain just that, neighborhoods, a place where people can enjoy the peaceful, quiet use of their property. Thank you.
Can I go?
Please.
Okay. I have a proposal, but I'm just going to say why I think we should do that. In black and white terms, this comes down, this issue, to commercial versus residential uses and where those should be located. City Hall has been handing out registration forms and accepting taxes because short-term rentals were being treated as a home occupation. But I believe the zoning we already have clearly states that lodging is a commercial use, and our municipal code clarifies where that use is allowed to operate. Issuing TOT registration for short-term rentals in any zone is inconsistent with our general plan and our zoning. The use is too much commercial activity in residential zones. It does not conform to the intent of the general plan, our land use plan, zoning laws, the location, our municipal code states, and does not even conform to our housing element. It also does not take into account any specific plan that we might have in our general plan. I propose that we do pass these regulations that are necessary, but we do not vote on any plan to phase out or temporarily grandfather the use, because I don't believe these uses follow the documents I listed, so we should not be ruling on those issues until the Planning Commission has the opportunity to nail down our zoning laws and clarify the uses more definitively. I believe when the Planning Commission reviews all 6 of the documents that I listed, they will have a clear direction on this issue. All 6 of the documents must be considered and resolved in terms of this use. I would like the Planning Commission to come back to Council in March, I think that gives them enough time, with their recommendations for zoning and land use and for either grandfathering or phasing out of short-term rentals in any zone where they feel they are not compatible. And I have some restrictions that I want to do, but at this time, I'm saying that we should vote on that, but we do need to pass the regulations.
All right, I want to clarify one thing you said,
Okay.
though, Kath. You said you're recommending that we do not vote tonight on a phase-out? You mean the thing we've been talking about, the grandfather?
Correct.
We don't vote on that? And what's the other thing you're...
Any phase-out or grandfathering, that we don't take that into account, and that we follow the rest of staff recommendations in this and we pass the regulations.
How about the residential requirements, the 90 days, the 270? Are you...
I thought we had it down to 14.
We have a lot of numbers in here. We got 1, 14, 90, and 275.
Okay, I would rather wait to hear what everyone says on that.
Everyone meaning the Planning Commission? Or us?
No, I'd rather hear what we have to say on
Okay.
that before
All
I
right.
do that. But that is the reason why I think we should not be saying how long we're going to have these uses continue, because I think it's preemptive of what the Planning Commission is going to do. I do want them to consider those 6 documents, because those involve all of our land use and general plan and all the intent of the city, and those all have to work together.
Okay. All right.
So, but when we get to it, I do want to limit, when we get to how we are going to permit, I do want to put a limit on the permits that are allowed to go further. So when we get to that, I would like to chime in on that.
Okay.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank the community for being so involved on this issue. I can't think of an issue in recent history, except for the hospital, where we've gotten this level of involvement. Listening, these are all the notes from the last meeting. Here's where the common ground is. All of us want a vibrant neighborhood. All of us want quality of life, and it doesn't matter who came up here to talk. That was how they framed their conversation. So if we're successful this evening and going forward with this topic, it's going to be in the spirit of keeping our neighborhoods vibrant. Second of all, I think we learned that most VRBOs are good. We have maybe a dozen bad apples or bad actors in the community, but most people that do this that have bothered to come to talk take a lot of pride in what they do. So that's kind of an interesting fact to keep in mind. One of the last speakers used a term that we heard a lot at the last meeting, which was common sense rules. And so this is what, I went back to our first staff report, and it's an attachment. I can't give you a page number because it's got 4 page numbers on it, 1-19-16/9A-3. But anyway, just to review the bidding of what we're contemplating tonight, I'm calling these the 10 common sense rules that are in the staff report. Number 1, we're going to limit occupancy. We're deliberating on these things. Limit occupancy of rental to allow no more than 2 people per bedroom plus 2 additional people. 2, maintain the property free of unreasonable noise or disturbances, disorderly conduct, or any other violations of the municipal code, federal or state law. 3, utilize only the designated legal on-site parking spaces at the property, because we heard you about parking. 4, promptly notify all renters and guests, of any violations at the property and take reasonable action to prevent a recurrence. 5, provide a 24-hour emergency contact that will respond on-site if requested within 30 minutes of a complaint. Next, post a copy of the permit and a copy of these conditions in a conspicuous place in the STLU. Number 7, only rent the property for the purposes of overnight lodging, not for special events such as weddings, bachelor, bachelorette, or parties or conferences. 8, provide written notice to all neighboring property owners within a radius of 300 feet of the establishment of a vacation rental and provide pertinent contact information. 9, we're strengthening the permitting process so that we have better information and access to the property as a part of that STLU permit. And then 10, something we'll be talking about, strengthening enforcement, giving our city staff direction to put together the toolbox and the resources they need to go out and enforce some of these rules that we're contemplating tonight. I support these 10 rules. I think we'll be a better community for it. And thank staff for the thorough work here. And then my last point, I agree with Councilmember Ward about moving the grandfathering issue to Planning Commission as part of their zoning deliberation. I also believe this idea of the 90 days or whatever, that should be sent to Planning Commission to make their deliberation more streamlined and comprehensive. And then my final thought on this is these are reversible decisions. We heard there were a lot of people last time that said, don't go too far too fast. Someone today talked about meat cleaver. We had a lot of attractive heavy weapons mentioned. So I think we can look at this in a staged way, and if we can agree on some things tonight, it'll go far. But let's keep the conversation going because there's a lot of people here who care. So that's where I am. These 10 common sense rules, I'm really hoping that they're embraced by us tonight.
Lori, just for clarity, what are your sticking points in the proposed ordinances then?
If I am not in support of the grandfather clause because I don't feel it's been well thought out, and I also feel that a decision we make tonight would be at odds with what we've tasked the Planning Commission with. Okay. And I don't support this 90-day idea yet. And I want to hear more about it, and I think that taking it back to the Planning Commission as they look at zoning and some other things, that's the right place for that. Those two things, I feel if we get these 10 common sense rules in place, we're going to go a huge distance, and we empower our staff to go out and get the job done with the right tools. I think the problem is going to remedy itself.
Just for clarification on number 10, your strengthening enforcement, does that include the revocation process and the citations and things of that nature?
Well, I don't know. The answer is potentially, definitely yes, but what I'm asking staff, if we agree as a next step, is come back and tell us what's it going to cost. We talked last time about Santa Monica's enforcement program. Involved hiring 3 people. We learned that Santa Barbara hired 1.5 to 2 people. You know, what do we need to put some teeth into these ideas that we're discussing tonight? And I also think, to the mayor's point, the sheriff is unresponsive. One of the things I've learned through this process, and I'm sorry I'm talking so much,
Oh.
is that there's public safety and there's nuisance, and they're two different buckets, and we are blessed enough to live in a community where the nuisance is the majority of our inconvenience, but our officers should be focused, in my mind, on public safety and crime and those kinds of things, and our enforcement folks on these nuisance issues. And so I'm hoping, as we sort through that, so the perception, someone, our assistant city manager was talking about, wouldn't it be great if you could have an app and you just would tag it and it would connect you with one of our code enforcement people and your problem gets solved, rather than going through the OCSD and subtracting them from something that's a more critical use of their time.
So I guess my question to you, Lori, is walk me through, for an example, a bad apple, as we'll call it, how that works under the ordinance that we adopt with your 10 rules.
Well, I'd actually ask staff to do that. So, would you want? That's a great question, because there's many layers to that answer.
So what we've written into the draft ordinance are a maximum number of citations that can be issued to a short-term lodging unit before the city begins a revocation action on that permit. And the number that is in the draft ordinance is 3 citations.
How do you get a citation?
Well, so we've got the 10 common sense rules and regulations. We also have our noise and unruly gathering ordinance. It would have to be witnessed by a law enforcement or code enforcement officer in order to be issued a citation.
And how are we changing code enforcement so they're not 8 to 5 Monday through Friday?
Well, we've been talking about this for a while, and we're actually going to be piloting the program beginning this weekend. And we're going to be doing weekend code enforcement Thursday through Sunday evening from the hours of 2 in the afternoon until 1 o'clock in the morning. And what we've done is we've partnered with the Sheriff's Department so that when the nuisance calls come in to the Sheriff's Department in the evenings, Friday night at 10 o'clock, that the Sheriff's Sergeant who sees the queue of calls coming in can call code enforcement, and code enforcement will be able to immediately respond. So on Thursday afternoons when they have their briefings, our code enforcement officer will be there at the briefings. Everyone will have the code enforcement officer's number, and we anticipate that we can respond more quickly to any of the nuisance calls or nuisance violations by not having Sheriff's Department wait 45 minutes because they're responding to other calls come out to the residents. Code enforcement will be able to respond more immediately. So we're hoping that that'll be an effective tool.
I'm very encouraged by that news, Cecilia. That is terrific news and a terrific idea. So commendations on that. Thank you.
It was Brent's idea.
Way to go, Brent.
So, Lori, one of the things that's popping in my head now, because I wrote down all your 10 points here, and I think I agree with most of them. They're all really good ideas. But one of the things that's coming to my mind now that the ordinance that I've been working on differs from your idea is that what's to stop the proliferation of vacation rentals overtaking neighborhood in the meantime between now and whenever it comes back to us?
I'm glad you brought that up, and that was on my list once we did the first round of talking. Councilmember Ward was talking about putting a cap or a limit, and we do need to discuss that. And that falls into that category of the zoning discussion, I believe. But philosophically, I do believe it's a matter of balance, and that we don't want our housing stock to move from being primarily single-family residential to vacation rental by owner, 2-night minimum.
If you have something else to say, Bob?
Well, no, I think we're making a list of things that we want to send to Planning Commission, and I think the residency requirement, the grandfather clause, and a cap on the number of units are 3 issues that we would like the Planning Commission to discuss. And so if we're going to talk about this stuff tonight, I'll just keep track of those and we'll forward them on.
Also, I wondered if the council would entertain, in these regulations, limiting the number of occupants. We have it 2 per bed, but maybe limiting so that we don't have a big crowd, limiting it to, say, 7 or 8 maximum until we decide this issue.
That sounds like another good one for the Planning Commission to talk about.
What
We could
makes
do
me
it.
uneasy about that, though, is that
We could do anything tonight, but we,
trying to be even-handed, and, there's the 800 square foot residence, and there's the 4,500 square foot resident, and also keeping it simple. I think, we want it to be enforceable, and we want it to be understandable by the people that are trying to do the right thing.
Okay.
So I'm fine where staff is.
Okay. Well,
on
then,
the
should I
bedroom
talk
basis.
now about limiting the permits going forward?
let me talk for 1 second here. And one of the issues that we should discuss in this whole thing is rules and regulations that are clear and easily enforced. Posting the rules, notification to neighbors, establishment of the permitting requirements. Rules that are difficult to verify or prove, such as some of the ones we've been talking about tonight, are maybe not unenforceable, but pretty darn close to unenforceable, thus not useful. So I would encourage us to stay away from the unenforceable ones. Or if we are going to make unenforceable ones, we'll have to all understand how unenforceable they are. And we're asking people to do those. We're not going to have Mr. Panis on duty 24 hours a day at every house in the city to look out for things. So just one comment.
So, Laura, you bring up some good common sense points, and I think I started with my ordinance that was slightly different from staff's ordinance because I thought staff's ordinance came down too strict. I thought it was more of a meat cleaver. So I think I'm still going to be in support of the draft ordinance that I brought here this evening that's included in the staff report. But I'm open and willing to find more of a middle ground or make some adjustments to that as we see fit. But I think that what you proposed going forward, it doesn't have enough teeth in it for me to ensure that we protect our neighborhoods going forward.
And just so I'm clear, the primary difference is you want a grandfather clause,
Well,
and
so-
you want the 90-day rule.
So
Those are the two.
the 90-day rule honestly is I'm open to discussion on in either direction, quite honestly. I feel that 90 days is a fair time to allow people to rent out their personal residence. The grandfather clause for me is it directly addresses the concern of the proliferation of vacation rentals in residential neighborhoods right now this evening, because that's my concern. We've seen a proliferation of those over the last 60 days and quite frankly over the last year and a half, and I don't want to see continuing that trend. I think we're changing our residential neighborhoods by doing that, and that grandfather clause addresses that.
Instead of a grandfather clause, can I give you an alternative?
Yeah.
That we limit the, anyone that is paying TOT now, we limit who can actually take out the future permits. And I would like to limit that to only the properties that have already paid TOT by the quarter ending 12/31/2015, which means there will be no new permits. And if you have not been operating and paid TOT by 12/31, you will not be able to move forward with an STLU permit. So that takes care of that, and we do not have to worry about grandfathering at this time.
I mean, that's an interesting approach. I don't know about the dates and the dollar figures, if that's an accurate way to
It's
to
the last
approach
quarter
it, Scott,
that
but
they would have had to report, anyone that took one out
Yeah.
recently.
Scott, thoughts?
Yeah, how that works with or without the 90-day provision, we could talk about, but yeah, that's a kind of a different idea, which would be a cap on permits or a freeze on permits as of some date.
So the idea that Kathy brought forward is
Yeah, it's viable, we just have to write it.
But it also
We'll see
limits
the two.
what we have and what it looks like, because to me, over 500 registrations that have run in and grabbed some of these, that is a critical mass that is too big for our neighborhoods right now. And so if they have not been operating and someone's taken out a permit to maybe do it in the future, they do not go any forward. And so we are down to the ones that are actually operating, and I think that's a more manageable number for the Planning Commission to deal with.
To me, that is, to me, we're making regulations. What's the legal term for that, Scott, when you make regulations that take place in the past?
Oh, retroactivity. Retroactivity? Is that
Well,
what
yeah, that's,
Okay. Well, then I could say.
there's another legal term for that. No?
I wouldn't, I think just.
I learned it in
retroactive.
civics class. It was some years ago.
Oh, ex post facto.
Ex post
That's the
facto.
Latin one,
Thank you
yeah,
very
yeah.
much. Okay. Ex post facto. And that, to me, is not a good solution. I don't want to make rules that are back to December 31st.
What about
I wanna-
today's date?
If
If you have not paid by tonight.
I'm fine with tomorrow. I'm not
Okay.
fine with a month ago.
Okay, then I will propose that we do not, anyone that has not paid TOT by tonight's date, okay, tomorrow. No, wait a minute, because they could run in and pay it. I want to say as of tonight, because they had, as of tonight, we're making the decision tonight. As of tonight, if you have not operated, see, if you have not paid TOT, you have not operated, okay? So if you have not operated, we limit those going forward and only deal with the ones that have actually paid, because those are the ones that truly the Planning Commission will have to deal with and think of grandfathering if they do so.
So I admire the spirit of what you're trying to accomplish, which is to create.
Folks, ma'am, we're not accepting comments from the audience now. If you're gonna continue that, ma'am, you're gonna have to leave.
But if the issue is mix versus, it just doesn't work. If you put a cap on them, then pretty soon there will be none, because people will move, things will change. So if your idea is that there's going to be some sort of principle that as a beach community, we want X percent of our housing stock to be available for vacation rental by owner, then let's have that conversation. But the idea of announcing that effective tomorrow morning, there's no more, that's just not.
You just said that you could get in the spirit of a cap. That's what this is a cap. And the Planning Commission is going to decide whether what we have, what it looks like, where they're located, and that will determine how many we have.
Okay, then I retract what I said, because what I am interested in is the housing stock mix, because we are a beach community. We don't have a hotel industry like Laguna Beach has. And so and the stories we heard, every single story we heard at the last meeting was personal and actually very positive about how the experience goes with for people that come and vacation here. So the idea of saying effective tomorrow, no more, that's like pulling the moat up, the drawbridge
This is
up at the
just
moat.
for now. We're just dealing with the TOT and the short-term lodging units, who goes forward. And potentially, the Planning Commission is going to be limiting some of these because they're operating in zones that they probably shouldn't be operating. But if someone, say, you're worried about reducing the housing stock, say an apartment building, and we know this has happened, they've taken out a TOT permit, but they have full-time lodging people now. But in the future, they may want to do it. That's potentially, that rental housing is gone. And so until we see what the landscape looks like and all the dust settles, I would like to limit this on who goes forward. I think 500 is too unwielding. We cannot handle that. Our staff can't handle it. And these people are not operating yet. They ran in. We know we got 200 in November and December. And we do not have to take those on. And so that's what I'm asking the council to do, is limit what we have going forward. Scott, would you speak to that the legality of doing that within this short-term lodging unit?
Well, yeah,
regulation?
you're talking about a cap on permits, or at least until the Planning Commission might recommend a liberalization of it. And I think that that would be legal. You have to explain why rationally you would want to cap it for now, and then make that subject to the Commission's recommendation. But you could do that. The issue would be taking away someone's investment. But if it's currently operating and currently renting, then I think that would be an adequate safety valve on that. But it's
They have
it's a
not-
question of policy, what you want to do in that interim.
If they have not submitted TOT, they are not operating as a short-term rental at this time. Why would we take that on at this time while we're letting the Planning Commission look at this? It also solves the problem of having to grandfather and stop another run of 100 permits coming in, just to have more people in the program. So this is something that I think we really have to do to go forward. We have to limit who can qualify for it. If they have not been operating, we have every right to say, for now, you aren't going forward with an STLU. Because it's over 500.
You know, I get that, and I get that there's been a run on these permits for some people that are thinking about doing it. That doesn't mean we're going to have 500 more VRBOs tomorrow. It just doesn't mean that. I can understand people going and taking out a VRBO permit after they've read this in the paper and going, you know, I thought about renting to Aunt Matilda in 2018. I think I'm going to go get a VRBO permit just in case I need one. I get that. I really do, Kathy. So, and just because I took out a permit doesn't mean that 500 people are going to open up tomorrow. It just doesn't mean that.
It means we have 500 that our staff will have to take care of that are not operating at this time. And if the Planning Commission, I think they're going to be reducing some of these and phasing them out. You're giving them more that they now have to phase out, because they could operate between now and when the Planning Commission does that. And I'm asking you to limit that and not let that happen. Let's not make the issue worse, is what we didn't do a moratorium. This is a way of not having to do the grandfathering and let the Planning Commission handle this. It's the only way I can see of doing it without doing a grandfather clause.
So, in effect, what you're talking about is a moratorium in effect immediately. And customarily, when we do that, we put on some limit. I mean, are you willing to say that we're going to revisit this issue in 45 days?
It's not a moratorium.
I understand that.
It is, we are making up new regulations and rules. We can decide who gets to apply for that STLU. And that's what I'm asking you to do, is if you're currently operating and we've accepted TOT from you, then you get to move forward because you have been operating. If you have not been operating, we don't go forward with it right now. We limit it.
How about if you've pulled a permit and your first renter is checking in tomorrow?
Then they will have to, you know what, then they will have to somehow prove that. Scott, what would you do on that issue? What would staff do? You know what?
So
I mean, Kathy, there's too many holes in this there's just too... Folks, please, we are trying to deliberate here. It's not helpful when you do that. We can hear you. It's not helpful. Chuckling and talking it's just not helpful. Stop it. We're trying to get some work done here. Let us discuss this.
So let me take a different tack here, Bob. What are your two? Because I've heard from Lori what her concerns are with the proposed ordinances. What are your issues and concerns with the ordinance?
I'm in favor of this ordinance 100%, Chris.
Okay, as it stands.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So, Kathy and Lori, where do we need to start to address the ordinance that was
Just to be clear,
proposed?
so the mayor is fine with the 90-day rule, the mayor
Oh,
is
sorry.
fine with the...
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I misspoke there.
Okay.
The list that is on page 1-9-16 of the staff report, number 1 is not in my
It's way back in the back, and it's
These
these numbers.
Where?
It's the third attachment to your staff report. It's the original staff report.
The original staff report.
Yeah.
all those rules that we've spoken about. Do we have an update on those, or am I looking at the most recent version of those?
2 through 8 haven't changed. I thought I looked, they hadn't changed. And then I added 2 others. And in the future, the staff report should probably have page numbers.
Yes, those have not changed.
These are the most recent?
Yes.
What page is that on, say, on the new staff report?
It's not. It's at the very back of the new staff report.
Very
It's
back.
attachment 3.
Thank you.
And the numbers have nothing to do with anything, but it says 1-19-16/9A-3.
Got it. Yeah, thank you.
And the
Very
ones,
back.
the common sense rules, I read off 2 through 8, and I added 2 more. The last 2 I added were strengthening the STLU permit process and strengthening enforcement.
Read that page number again for me.
1-9-16.
1-9.
No, 1-19.
Sorry. 1-19-16.
I'm not looking at the same thing you are, so I'm looking at it
You're going
wrong.
from the old staff report. What's the new staff report page number?
Okay.
Page 3. There we go.
Okay, what I read, the 10 common sense rules were based on the old staff report, and nothing had changed. I was just trying to remind everyone what the spirit of the ordinance was.
Okay,
And then the
hold on.
new staff report just talks about improvements and tweaks that have been made.
Okay. So anyway, so Bob, back to your concerns. The first, number 1 is your concern.
Correct.
Okay, and your concern with that is?
That needs to go back to the planning commission to be spoken about.
Just to clarify, though, number 1 that you're referring to is talking about 275 days, and the ordinance that I'm proposing is talking about 14.
Okay, the ordinance that says 275 days, 90, 14, and 1, that all needs to go to the planning commission because I need I need somebody to vet those numbers because I'm not sure any of them are a good idea.
Okay.
So straw vote, do we have consensus that that's going to planning commission?
If
No, I'm still in discussion.
If 14 is a good idea, I don't see it, Chris.
Okay.
If 1 is a good idea, I don't see it because if you, let's say you live in, I'll use an example, a hypothetical example. You moved to San Clemente, you bought a duplex, you lived in one side and rented out the other. It's in a residential medium, or what's the other term for more units than that? Residential high zone. It's in a residential high zone. You moved to San Clemente, you lived in one side, you saved your pennies over the year, you moved to a different neighborhood and, somewhere else, and you continue to rent out this duplex. You're managing this duplex. Now you have to move back into that duplex for 14 nights a year. For what possible reason? What good can come of that? I don't understand that.
So, well, the idea behind that is to limit the amount of full-time vacation rental units in the city of San Clemente.
But why are we doing that to a guy that's in a residential medium or high zone who it's been a rental unit since it was built?
Well, there's multiple types of rental units. There's full-time rental units at 30 days or more, and there's vacation rental units, which is what we're discussing this evening. So I don't think we're going to address the long-term rental. That's still completely allowed and legal.
But why do we care if this guy rents his unit out for a week, a month, 9 months?
Same concerns that we heard from everybody this evening with the nuisance
His unit was built as a rental, Chris. It's been a rental forever. He's managed it as a rental. He's rented it out summer and winter for since he bought the unit. He's rented it out for summer rentals forever. Why is it all of a sudden an issue for this guy? We're casting a little bit of a wider net.
I think you're asking an unanswerable question with that one, though, Bob.
Precisely, Chris. That's precisely the problem. And we're fixing an unfixable problem with making a guy move back into his duplex for 14 days a year when he hasn't lived there in 10 years.
then it'd be a full-time vacation rental property, correct?
Maybe the other side is year-round. There's 8,000 different cases. What if one side is rented for the next 10 years, and he's got a 10-year lease on it, and the other one is rented weekly? I mean, there's...
I'm confused because you were talking about one unit, and now you're talking about two?
It's a duplex, Kathy.
Okay,
I'm
so
talking
you
about...
have someone in mind?
No, I do not.
Okay, because it sure sounds like you have someone in mind.
I do not have anybody in mind. I'm hypothetically...
Okay, we don't know if that hypothetical person actually exists who you're talking about right now. So we shouldn't be making rules on a hypothetical, I don't think. I think we should just make rules.
Okay,
I'll bet there's somebody. I'll bet there's somebody in town who's bought a duplex, lived in it for a few years, and then moved somewhere else and still has that duplex. He might even have two or three. But the issue is, I don't want to do things that are not smart. That's why rules like that, I think, should go to the Planning Commission so they can talk about them. And well, I think it should. I just think.
My only question and concern with that is that's people discussing it just like we're discussing it this evening. But let's come back to that one. You said you had two issues. So what's the second issue?
Number one there. What's number one say?
Just number one.
275
It's
days.
the 275, the 14, whatever.
275, 90, and 14 in one. I don't understand why anybody has to live in these units any day at all. And by the way, this would be one of those unenforceable rules we were speaking about earlier.
And the other issue on the table is the grandfathering, which is in the new report. And is that your second issue? You said you had two issues.
Is grandfathering in here as a recommendation in our?
It is. It's
grandfathering is also.
Amortization recommendation is what it's called.
Mayor, if I could, the grandfathering applies to the owner occupancy and 90-day limit. So those are three ideas that are all linked together in the staff recommendation. You're grandfathered without regard to the 90-day or 1 or 14-day limit. That's all that the grandfathering accomplishes, is to exempt you from that if you're pre-existing. So they all go together the way that it's been presented to you.
So just to be clear, Bob, to clarify what the city attorney said, with the grandfathering clause, you exempt that exact person who's been operating the way you just said, and they get to continue to operate at an amortization rate of 5 years. So it clarifies the example you just presented.
What happens in the 6th year?
In the 6th year, he'll have to change his business model because he's operating a business in a residential neighborhood.
He's in a residential.
Yeah, R2 is residential.
How about
It's also residential.
Residential high?
Yeah. Bob, that's my concern, is that residents who live in high density versus residents who live in low density, they're residents nonetheless. So why should their rights be any less than a resident who lives in a single-family dwelling?
Well, because the residents that live in the high-density zone, like around the Pier Bowl and like around other areas of town where houses and units and duplexes and triplexes and fourplexes were built to specifically rent out to people, are being impacted in ways I don't think they should be impacted, Chris, because those are... those have always been rental units, and they are always going to remain rental units.
Exactly.
And
they will continue to be in the rental bank for long-term residency, or even month-long residency, which is the person you're talking about when they rented out to people 50 years ago, 25 years ago, they rented out to somebody who was a snowbird, or they rented out to somebody, and they would come and stay for 2-3 months at a time.
not true. Not true, Chris. Not true. There are plenty of people that rent in beach areas weekly, forever. Winter rental, summer rental. And if there are just too many holes in this.
Bob, there's no holes, because for 5 years they can continue to operate the business the way they've been operating it. And then the 5 years, they'll have to think about a way to change their business model to make it more of a resident-based business model.
Chris, the rules we're proposing tonight, those list of rules that we're talking about, give us enforceable ways to take care of problems. If that duplex has been rented out for the last 10 years with no complaints, no issues, nobody caring about it, why are we going to force that guy out of business in 5 years? That doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't.
Okay, Bob, we talked about that we were going to send that to the Planning Commission to figure out. what's going to happen in R1, R2, R3. So we don't need to talk about that, I don't think.
I couldn't agree more.
Okay, so, but I do have an issue.
Chris is not ready to send it to Planning Commission.
I'm not ready to send it to Planning Commission because that defeats the entire purpose. That defeats the entire purpose of what we're doing here this evening, which is to enact regulations on a business that has crept into residential neighborhoods.
And those regulations are going to allow city staff to close down any business who is not playing by the rules. Any business that is a bad actor, any business who code enforcement gets called on will be shut down. Grandfathered, no grandfathered, it doesn't matter. If they're a bad actor, they're going to be out of business, and their business model will be shot. If they're a good actor, why are we caring about them in high residential zone?
Okay, what's the difference between high and low?
Fourplexes,
No, what's the
apartment
what's the
buildings.
difference? Why should we allow them to operate a vacation rental business in high density but not low density?
Well, because those zones were designed for that, Chris.
We're not talking about zoning tonight. Isn't that correct, legal counsel?
I would disagree with that comment. I think residents are residents regardless of what type of building or dwelling they live in. So my concern this evening, just like I said to Lori, and I think she agreed with me, but she didn't agree with the tactic which I was utilizing, is that we need to ensure that there's a cap moving forward while we're making decisions on how we're going to zone and regulate these type of uses. And how we do that is with the grandfather clause. And if we decide after we adopt the grandfather clause this evening that zoning is going to effectively overregulate or underregulate that grandfather clause, then we can make that change moving forward. But this evening, the grandfather clause protects the person that you hypothetically make up. It protects the residents in high density zones. It protects the residents in low density zones. Plain and simple.
Well, the whole idea of that is if you're going to grandfather something like that, Chris, we're doing what we're effectively doing here tonight is giving city staff tools to implement the weeding out of the bad actors. With all these other issues, we're going to weed out a lot of the good actors too. And I'm not prepared to do that.
That's where I disagree.
Well, then, if we disagree on that, then we're going to have to disagree on that. But I'm not prepared to go forward with something that I'm not comfortable with. I'm just not. The idea of this is, to me, to give city staff tools to enforce the rules and regulations on people. And if we continue to have complaints, it's now February, if we continue to have complaints, we're going to have to take this up again and talk about more rules and regulations and things like that.
So just for clarity's sake,
okay,
if this summer every home that's on the market in San Clemente is purchased by the individual who came to the first meeting and said he has $50 million to invest in our community vacation rentals, and every single one of those properties is converted to a full-time vacation rental property, and it happens to be that majority of those are in your neighborhood, you're comfortable with that? The changing of your neighborhood?
No, what I think, it's a...
Chris, we're talking, are we going to talk about zoning tonight, or are we going to talk about rules and regulations? Because, all right, then I want to talk about zoning, because this is a completely inappropriate use in the R1 zone. It's operating a business in an R1 zone that is a single-family unit. In multifamily zones, it is more of an appropriate use. In high residential zones, it is a, I think, acceptable use.
I just want to clarify, we're talking about this while we're talking about the standstill pending the Planning Commission's recommendation, but I don't want you to debate the merits of the zoning decisions as much as just what you're going to do in the interim, which we've been on board to date, but what you do with or without a cap in the meantime is a legitimate discussion.
Bob,
given what's
I'm
before
totally comfortable in the future discussing zoning, and I'm sure Lori is too, because she's cringing over there. But this evening, I want to protect residential neighborhoods moving forward, and the way we do that is by adopting one of the two ordinances before us this evening. If you want to make some small changes to those, I'm entirely open to those.
Okay, so I'm going to say, let's let that issue sit for a minute. Can I ask staff a question? Like,
Sure, yeah.
we'll do a little timeout?
Yeah.
Okay. TOT. In the staff report, in the new staff report on page 6, it says, for the privilege of occupancy in any hotel or STLU, each transient is subject and must pay a tax in the amount of 10% of the rent charged by the operator. Okay? So my question is this: where does the 10% come from, and what flexibility do we have as a city council to change that number so that it might reflect the cost of some of the enforcement we're contemplating tonight? Could we make it 15%? Could we make it some other number? Where does the 10% come from?
The 10% is in the city code, the municipal code, and in order to change that, it would have to go to a vote of the people.
It would?
Yes.
Okay. And are we competitive versus other beach cities on our TOT?
The preliminary staff research on it shows that at 10%, we're probably 2 to 3% below the rest of the coastal cities, 12 to 13%. Some cities are 14%. Some cities have convention costs that they add in as part of their TOT. But I think having a TOT in the 12 to 13% range would put us right there, based on our early research, right there with the rest of the coast.
So if there's agreement from my colleagues, in addition to the other things we do as next steps, I'd like to direct staff to prepare for us a point of view on whether we should put a change in the TOT rate on the ballot in November.
Although that's not what we're discussing this evening, I completely agree with you.
Well, it is, because it's on page 6 of the report, and it's 10%.
I still completely agree with you.
Okay.
Yeah, I
All
support
right,
it.
so that's a third category. We've got things we might approve tonight, things we might send to the Planning Commission, and things we might direct staff to go forward with.
Okay, but that part of it was, I missed part of that, where we're talking about having a report from
Just a
staff,
report on what-
just a report from staff on what the other cities do and where we fall in that.
And the city manager, with fresh eyes in San Clemente, was the one that pointed out, I don't know, several months ago, that our TOT might not be where it should be for being a beach community.
Okay.
Consensus?
So Bob,
where are we?
so here's the deal, because I think we all agree there needs to be regulation put in place. That's, I'm hearing consensus among the four of us about that.
If I made a motion about the 10 common sense rules, could we divide this up into?
I'd prefer
No,
not to.
I would rather go by the ordinance
Yeah.
and what staff has written.
Exactly.
I would rather do that.
It's from the staff report.
I agree, but you've already told everyone what basically is in there, so I'd rather deal with what actually the regulations are.
What does that mean?
I would
I'm
rather.
trying to get closure on this discussion.
I am too.
We all agree, I think, with the code enforcement part of what's in here.
We agree with the common sense rules as proposed by staff.
Yep. Well, to a level, because I think I asked clarification for your opinion on the teeth and the violations and things of that nature. I think you wanted to forward that, and I don't want that forwarded. I want that included in this ordinance. So
Say that one more
Say
time
that
on the
again, I don't know
violations.
what
teeth in the violations that are given and
No,
accrued
they're
by
in
a
here.
property.
They're in here.
You're
I'm fine with
comfortable
them.
with that?
Oh, yeah.
And revoking permits, the revocation process?
Yeah, the 3 strikes you're out, absolutely.
I'm still good with that, but I'm not going to separate these out until I have a little bit more discussion with the mayor. So
With the mayor?
yeah.
Yeah, we have to convince the mayor.
So Bob, what
She said we have to convince
what is your
the mayor.
solution to the problem that I outlined?
Well, give me a section that you want implemented here, Chris, that you think is essential to this.
So I'm going to pull
Go ahead.
Page 9.
The segment that I have, which hopefully the city attorney can help me put where he put it in the 14-day change-up, took out the 275, took out the 1, and made it 14 days. That's the one. Because what that does is it effectively limits the amount of vacation rentals or STLUs moving forward from this evening. That make sense to you?
No, explain where 14 came from. Why wasn't it 15? Why wasn't it 13?
So 14 came from, Scott, I think I'll let you, because my thought was 1 for 90. That was what I initially proposed 2 weeks ago, was 1 for 90. And it was changed by staff, and I think the city attorney can expound upon why that was changed to 14 from 1.
The reason is that there are IRS rules that look at owner occupancy and measure that beginning at the 14th day of occupancy. So it was to tie it to that benchmark is my understanding of that recommendation, as opposed to 1 day.
It effectively limits the amount of new STLUs moving forward from this evening while we study it at the Planning Commission level with direction.
14 days.
Yes.
But it doesn't limit any new permits or new registrations that come in. Anyone can just come in and register if they're agreeing to stay there 14 days.
Yeah, so it addresses the concern that I think Mayor Baker's proposed, which is you have somebody who's been operating without a business license or without a vacation rental permit, which is now an STLU permit, and they want to rent out their house for 90 days this summer or 90 days in the winter, or whatever the term may be. They can do that under these rules and regulations until the Planning Commission makes a decision on zoning. That makes sense to you? But what it does not allow is it does not allow for a new full-time STLU or vacation property to come in and start operating business and open their doors.
And not live here at all.
I can support that in that spirit, as long as we all understand that we're going to take another look at that, because I will be looking forward to putting some more thought into it. The IRS regulation idea is, I'm not sure it's germane, but it is interesting. So I'll support that on a basis that I'll call as long as we can.
So
as long as we can take another look at that.
Let me take another stab at it to make it easier, because I think I recognize what your concern is, and if the city attorney can help me with this. So the concern that you're having, Bob, is that if the Planning Commission makes a recommendation that we do not move forward with vacation rentals in the R1 zone, then what do we do with the grandfather clause that we just adopted? Correct? So what can we do, Scott, to ensure that openness or that ability?
So you're talking about grant. If I can just make sure I'm under tracking it, yeah. So the provisions relating to noise, unruly residences, 24/7 contact number, we're not talking about any of that in terms of grandfathering. And the provisions that the grandfathering clause apply to are the more onerous provisions that require that the owner live there 1 or 14 days. Let's say 14 for now, and that the overall rental period be limited to 90 days. So what we would recommend is that if those are, well, what's in the staff recommendation is that if those new regulations are imposed now, that there be a safety valve for people who have established the use, not anticipating that 90-day limitation and that 14-day requirement would be in there. And the staff recommendation is that that period be for 5 years. I've got that right? So the question then is, well, what if you go to the Planning Commission and they want to liberalize that, or if they want to be more restrictive than that?
Yeah.
They want to be more restrictive.
Either one. I mean,
okay, if they want to liberalize it, then there's no problem. They would just they would recommend that they couldn't do it, but they would recommend that the council liberalize that. If they wanted to make it more restrictive, then we would need to look at how that additional restriction is amortized. And it would be possible to do that, to look at the change that to have a grandfather clause relating to the occupancy requirement, and then to have an additional layer of grandfathering or amortization for any zone changes. And you'd look at those independent. It's complicated, but you would have this and then an additional layer of amortization if the zoning changes. There would be 2 layers of amortization. Is that clear?
And I think I would like to say one more pitch, is that instead of doing something that's complicated to where we do something and we grandfather or amortize something, and then the Planning Commission finally comes up with what they recommend, I am asking one more time that we put a cap on how many go forward with these STLU permits, and if we do that, we do not need to grandfather right now. We allow the Planning Commission to look at this and clarify our zoning, which is what I think needs to be done, because these TOT permits have been taken out without any without any regulation of where they're at, or if they're in a CCNRs or anything. They've just been handed out, and that's what, wait a minute, and that's what the issue is. There's 6 different things that they need to look at so that this all complies with our general plan and our zoning, and that's what we're asking the Planning Commission to do. But I'm asking that no permit that's not operating right now, they're not operating it. They do not go forward where they can take out an STLU. So in effect, we have a cap for right now, and we also have a reduced amount that we have to deal with in the future. And if the Planning Commission decides they can go in certain areas, then those people can run in and apply for an STLU permit. But in the meantime, we don't have to deal with them.
I'm willing to support a cap right now on all permits, as long as we agendize for the March 15th meeting that discussion and see where that's taking us.
Well, I asked for the Planning Commission to come back in our March meeting with the recommendations, so that works out fine. I don't know if it could be March 15th. Is that that's our last meeting in March?
That is.
Okay, so I already asked for that, to come back in March to see where we're at, but we'll have a better picture of what the landscape looks like, I think.
I think just to clarify then, we eliminate the amortization clause. We change the amortization clause, which is the grandfathering, to be now a cap, and the cap will start effectively tomorrow for all vacation rental permits that will be transitioned to STLU permits.
But are we agreeing that they're limited to only those that are currently operating and have paid TOT? So we're limiting the amount. They're not operating right now. They have never paid. Tom Rendina told us in one of our last meetings, 221 have never paid. Yeah. Even in the old permits, they're not doing it. So why would we go forward and have this bloated number? Why don't we get a better fix on what the landscape looks like? That's what I'm asking.
Kathy, we've given people license to operate here. Just because they haven't operated yet, we can't tell them not to operate. We've already given them the license to operate.
It's not a license, it's a TOT regregistration.
Scott
said that we do have the right to do that going forward.
Of course we have the right to do that. I don't think it makes any sense, though. I mean,
So do you want someone that just took out a permit in December because they thought it might preserve their right 5 years from now? Do you want them to start operating, and then the Planning Commission comes in and says, you know what, we're not going to allow that?
I think we're really close to consensus here. So.
Kathy,
no, we absolutely are not.
Kathy,
when
to me,
that to a motion, I want to make clear. I thought we were going to have a city council unanimous thing. We're not. And so I want to make it clear, whoever is reporting on this, it's going to be a council majority. I don't want to be painted with this brush. I just think this is too far, too fast.
Okay.
Let's try the rules out, see what happens. Let's let the Planning Commission do what we empower them to do and deal with some of these other issues that the word, I had to go look it up, draconian. I didn't know what that meant. 4 people used it in our last meeting. It means overly punitive, overly punishing. Why are we doing that?
We're doing it because we have business operating in residential neighborhoods.
But where we do disagree, better rules will make for better neighbors.
So let me address the concern here, because Laura, I think your point's well made, and I think
I really thought the 4 of us would find a place that reflected well for our city. But these things that you're getting close to agreeing with include me out.
Okay.
Well, we're not there. We're not there yet.
I think we're close to getting a majority support, not a consensus. And
that's, I want that majority word to be the one. It's not council.
Lori,
it's not
we've
unanimous
clarified that. Can you give me an opportunity
because
to speak
I
now?
don't want to be painted with this brush.
Thank you. So, Bob, I can support a cap for the number of VRPs that have been pulled out to today's date, tomorrow's date, whatever the date you deem acceptable is. And then in a month's time, 6 weeks' time, we will have a recommendation from Planning Commission about zoning. Is that comfortable?
Well, and I'm only in favor of that, Lori, because that gives staff time to do some paperwork. I'm not in favor of that forever. I'm in favor of taking a look at that. And 6 weeks in an investment, to me, doesn't make or break anything. But it may make or break staff being able to actually put something together here.
Let's ask staff. Because, this conversation 5 versus 3, I don't want to put staff on the hot spot, but the logic is stunning to me. I mean, I don't understand.
Well,
So-
I guess you would take that position because you didn't vote for a moratorium at
That's
the
right.
time.
So
Okay.
I guess I'm
Well,
being
then that's the
consistent with my
difference of
values here,
opinion.
yeah.
Okay,
So
then,
but the bottom line is we're trying to get majority support here for something so we can move forward. It sounds like, as long as Kathy, you can support what Bob is saying, which is that
I'd like to
tomorrow-
split it into two motions. I want the common sense rules to be a standalone.
I'm not going to support splitting it
I'm
into two
not
motions.
either.
so
It has to be what staff, the resolution and the
with
staff
the
report that they.
staff's recommendation or the amortization ordinance with a change that the amortization is removed and it's replaced with a cap on the number of vacational permits that are now to be called STLUs at the number pulled out as of tonight at midnight.
Okay.
Is that agreeable to you, Mr.
That's all we're
Baker?
going to get.
Until
Until the
March
last meeting
15th.
in March, when the planning commission will come back to us with a recommendation.
Can we handle that, Jane?
Say that again. Let me hear that again.
So essentially, it's the amortization ordinance will be adopted this evening with the amortization clause removed, and in its place will be a cap on the number of STLU permits granted. The cap will be the number that has been received up till midnight this evening, until March 16th, second meeting in March.
15th.
So in other words, everyone that's pulled a permit up
Is
to this
entitled.
point is entitled to operate their unit without any regulation on living there. Is that what we're
It
getting?
removes exactly that, just the regulation for residency. Every other rule
Parliamentarian
regulation that
question.
Lori's bringing up
The
is
ordinance
accurate.
has to go through a second reading, right?
And a first reading, which, yeah.
So even if Ms. Ward was to announce at midnight tonight, it's all over for everybody, that can't really happen because it has to go through a second reading. Isn't that correct?
People would be on notice that it has to go through a second reading, and then the date
So
of the
they really
cap
still have
could
2
be
weeks
set.
to scramble around and do what they want.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
yeah.
then can I make one
But they're on
point?
notice that the cap might go into effect as.
We have a municipal code.
Wait, but just let me finish
no,
my
no,
point
no,
here.
no.
So really, what you're voting on here is a 22-day halt. Do you really want to be voting that way?
In order not to have 200 more, I would like to.
Well, I know you would.
I would.
And we agreed to disagree, but, you know.
So
So
if we aren't going to do that, then I would ask that we take a vote on having the municipal code followed and that the business department no longer hand out any of these permits and follow our municipal code, 17.28.090.
Well, that's an interesting point, but
Well,
to
it's
Lori,
something that we can do.
Lori had a question, though. So if we adopt an ordinance that says effectively what I just told the city manager a second ago, what happens with the date? Does the date effective move with the second reading, or does it stay with the first reading?
No, people would be on, the ordinance isn't in effect yet, because it needs a second reading, and then it needs and then a 30-day waiting period to go into effect, right?
Okay.
People would be on notice, though, that the grandfather clause would then, if the ordinance goes into effect, attach to today's date. So in some cases, cities will have first and second reading of a rent control ordinance, for example, but the rents will be frozen as of some date before that. It's not effective until the 30th day after the
frozen
second
date's
reading.
still accurate.
But the frozen date then kicks in and people are on notice that it attached when it
And
was
by then,
set
we will have
by
heard
the
from the
ordinance.
planning commission, is my point.
Perfect. Date is still frozen. Right. So.
But what
Mr.
I
Baker?
thought I was hearing here was the willingness to do it was to kind of create some air while the planning commission deliberated, but in fact, it doesn't create any air.
No, it does
does.
create error because we're not telling them right now that they have a certain amount of time to stop. You could actually do that as of tonight, lower it and say you're going to stop right now, but we're not doing that. We are giving the planning commission a chance to look at our zoning and come back to us and clarify where these uses are allowed, because you and I have a different opinion, but I think some of our zoning already says where these can and cannot operate. So we're asking for them to clarify this, and in the meantime, we want a cap. We don't want 200 more.
Let me interrupt for a second, Kathy. So, Bob, do you have any more discussion on that, or are you comfortable to make a vote? 'Cause
No, I am, Lori's made a great point here. This is, the issue is moot in my view. This has made the issue completely moot. We're talking about enacting a ban on something that we're not able to ban until the planning commission come back anyway. I mean, unless I misunderstood what you said, Scott.
You're misunderstanding.
The ban would be as of tonight, but not effective until the 30 days after the second reading.
Okay, so tell me what happens if we enact the ban like we were speaking about 5 minutes ago, and somebody comes into the city tomorrow and says, I want a VRBO permit.
They would be able to obtain it, but they would be at risk that when and if this ordinance goes into effect, it would be voided as of tonight's date. So it would be voidable.
Okay, so that date is February the 3rd, and
Second reading. Yeah. Okay.
tomorrow's February the 3rd, so we're going to have a second reading of this ordinance on March the 1st, and then, on February the 15th.
Right.
And then the second reading will be on March the 15th, which is exactly the same date we're talking about. So we've effectively accomplished nothing. So
No, because if you listen to the city attorney, he said they would be voidable per this date.
yeah, I get that, Chris, but we've done nothing because we're going to get more information on the 15th. And
It gives us a
I get what
freeze in
you're.
time.
I
It
get
gives us
what.
a freeze in time that we wouldn't have in the future.
Which you did actually vote for a moratorium, so, just to remind you, so that we can have a standstill, so that we can look at this issue and not have more registration to further cloud the issue. That's what I'm asking for.
The issue is certainly cloudy, and a moratorium certainly would have helped. I couldn't agree with you more. However, this
Let's not
is.
stop it.
Kathy, please. This is. I'm having a hard time choking this one down. I got to tell you, this is very odd.
Hold on, Bob, just to clarify. So if we put the cap on it this evening, right, it puts people on notice. When someone comes to the counter and tries to apply for an STLU permit tomorrow, the counter will say, yes, you have this permit. Just so you're aware, the city council adopted this ordinance, a second reading will go into effect, and you have the potential of having your permit voided effective this date. You can still apply, but it will be voided this date. It creates that moment in time that you're not comfortable going backwards on. It creates it this evening. And it makes the onus on everybody this evening to know what's happening going forward.
And that will accomplish what?
It accomplishes exactly the scenario that I painted to you, which is every home selling between now and whatever date that may be, turning to a full-time vacation rental.
Until we decide this, until the planning commission comes back and helps us with the zoning. Because you're giving people an open time to be able to come in and get registration and possibly be grandfathered in, and then we have more in R1, say, single-family neighborhoods that we have to deal with now.
Okay, I'll go with Scott's. All right, I'm good
But
with
it's as
that.
of tonight,
Okay.
tonight's meeting.
All right. Well, Mayor, this needs to be written, and so if the council wants to vote or instruct us to go write it, we can be doing that while you take up the remainder of your business, but the council has to have actual text in front of it to waive first reading and pass to second.
I can't wait.
You know what I'm saying? So if I could just clarify on the points that are going in here, because we don't want to write it wrong.
I want to make one last effort to make this cap thing a separate motion, because it's not in the staff report. So we could act on the common sense rules and have unanimity and have one voice on that. And then the cap we could deal with because it's not in the staff report. As to the lawyer's point, it needs to be crafted as a separate resolution.
I don't see any problem with that, frankly. I think we give, I don't see one problem with that.
Well, we can vote, and I could give my
Okay.
opposition vote to that and see what happens. And we can
Okay.
That's Mayor, I think that'd be a motion to bifurcate, and the way we'd understand
We like
that
bifurcate.
is by, we would then splice the ordinance into two pieces. That's how we'd implement it, but
As a courtesy, I'd like that, because I really do support the vibrant neighborhood quality of life issue, and we're just disagreeing on one area. So as a courtesy to a colleague.
I'm still not going to support it, so make the motion in the second.
Okay, I hate to even bring this up, but I had other additional conditions on the permits going forward. Any properties that have a violation against them or a case against them, that they go before a hearing before they are actually able to obtain an STLU permit. So they go to a hearing before they are not automatically able to apply for a permit.
Well, they already have a permit, though.
No. These TOT, they now have to go and apply for an STLU permit. That's what I'm talking about, is limiting who gets to go forward. If we have a case against them, or they have been a bad operator, and we have, we have 3 complaints, that they have to go to a hearing before they allow to get this permit.
Scott, you want to weigh in here?
Yeah, I'm not sure I exactly understand the idea, with due respect. The idea is that if you applied for a permit under the new system as a transition to the new permit, or if you came with an application, if you had this a hearing on a violation pending, you wouldn't be able to complete your application until that was closed out. Is that the notion?
Yes, the hearing would be heard first before you qualify for an STLU permit.
To complete the application, all matters would have to be closed out. We could write that if the council directs that be part of it.
James, is that a good idea? Cecilia, Grant, you want to weigh in? Anybody want to weigh in?
I think we should just, I'm unsure at this point.
Okay.
I mean, honestly,
that's a good answer. That's a good answer. Okay.
Here's the deal, because I'll comment to that, Kathy. I think that with the new rules and regulations that all of us are in support of, including Lori, it's going to take care of those bad apples, and they're going to be taken care of immediately and expeditiously. And Lori's in support of that as well. Are you not in support of that?
The rules and regulations going forward.
The bad apples.
Okay.
The bad apples.
All right, let me try one more.
That's all.
I'll drop that one.
Okay.
I'll drop that one. And this came from another city that said this would be a good thing to add to your permits. You must operate at least one time in the year to keep your permit. You can't just keep taking out a permit. You have to operate at least one time and pay TOT, and then you're eligible to pull another permit. And that's just a way of attrition. People that are not operating, they just drop off.
That one seems a little far-reaching for me as well. I mean, I'm comfortable with the fact that we're capping it this evening. Plan Commission is going to look at zoning. Any bad apples or concerns that we have will be addressed by the rules and regulations, the teeth that Lori even supports moving forward by staff. I see what you're saying, but that to me is...
It just gives us one more tool.
It does, but it's a little concern of me, because if they're not utilizing as a vacation rental or STLU, then it's of no concern, because they're not the bad apples that we're trying to regulate.
All right.
Does that make sense?
Yep. Then I will drop that.
Okay.
I move that we bifurcate the motion.
I'll second that. All in favor of bifurcating, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Opposed.
Okay. So I move that we direct Scott and his staff to go back and address the amortization ordinance as it's written and change it to add a cap effective this evening and remove the amortization clause.
Could I ask for clarification, Mr. Hammond,
Yes.
Mayor? On the 90-day limitation and the 14-day limitation, is that in play anymore or not under your motion?
So under my motion, that is removed.
Okay. I understand the motion. So the motion is that's removed. The grandfather clause, we'll call it, applies if you had a permit as of today and were current with and had currently paid TOT on that. So if that's your motion, I understand what you're getting at.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? One opposed. Don check.
And Mayor, can we give you a hand signal when that work's complete, and then we'll have you formalize it with first reading? Okay. Is that?
Okay, we're going to take about till 8:25 for a little break here. Everybody okay with that? Yeah. Laura, would you give my friend there?
So is Don Brown up?
Oh, okay. I've got an announcement to make before we convene the meeting here. We sent a notice out in the paper about the downtown Paseos plan that was supposed to be discussed at this meeting. The item is being pushed to the March 1st meeting as a result of the local coastal plan. So at this meeting, is anybody here to talk about the downtown Paseos? Anybody for the downtown Paseos? Okay, good. Then, as I suspected, nobody's reading the paper. Sorry about that, Fred.
Okay, February 2nd agenda. First item is presentation by Planning Commission Chair Don Brown concerning Planning Commission activities.
I didn't even advertise. Look at all the businesses coming our way. Just as a report of what we've done since the first board meeting in November through last week. In the last quarter, we've had a thing before us with the Capistrano Shores Wall and landscaping, which will improve that whole area down there. We've had a couple meetings on future zoning amendments. We've had three sessions, study sessions on STLUs. We've done turned around the medical marijuana ordinance to council, general plan amendment for CC4 in the medical zone. I'm starting to feel like I'm a grand jury here rather than a planning commission. We have another item before you tonight we've passed through, which is the general plan housing element that will have to go forward to the state for review. The sign exception permit ordinance and amendments we dealt with last meeting. It should be coming to you in the next meeting or so on freeway signs and all the other things that are bounding around. We've had a really in-depth section on the next zoning amendment, phase 2-3, we're integrating all the zones going forward now, the next big general plan amendment, and the specific plan, all the zoning ordinances, and tie that with our specific plans and the zoning sequence of it. Of course, the whole specific plans themselves will be redone by various staff members here. Mr. Petch has got that dealt out. Transportation Committee, we've done some parking issues, and then, of course, the Camino del Rio traffic calming, which I personally think is a great project that will tie in with the La Pata issues that great hike we just had last week. We also looked through the Strategic Implementation Plan annual review, which is a part of our new general plan. We did that a couple weeks ago. Future effort, STOUs, of course, with a deadline that you were establishing tonight. The local implementation plan going based on if the coastal plan goes forward based on you tonight, and then of course the specific plans here later on this spring. So we are going to have a study session tomorrow night at staff request on STLUs 6 to 7. We've arranged for it to have televised, and assistant city attorney support is not agendized for public input. We're just going to start talking with staff and create the plan and start working on the assignments we're getting from you guys tonight. And then working with the city planner here, we're working out probably some additional meetings so we can make the required deadline by the second meeting in March for you on this topic of discussions. With that, I'll sit down because you got a lot.
Any questions for Don?
You got a lot on your plate.
Thank you, Don.
Good job.
Thanks, Tom.
Members of the audience who wish to address council on matters that are within the jurisdiction of the City of San Clemente but not separately listed on the agenda may do so during the oral communications portion of the meeting. A total time limitation of 30 minutes is allocated for oral communications part 1, with each speaker being allotted 3 minutes in which to give his or her presentation. And I have one card.
Jim Dahl, please.
This is a little less controversial. It's mosquitoes.
But a lot more serious for some people.
Yeah, a lot more serious for a lot of people. I just want to give you a quick update. Jim Dahl, city's board member of the Orange County Vector Control District. I want to talk a little bit about the situation with the Zika virus. today, the Centers for Disease Control and the World Health Organization has got that as their number one issue now going forward. And there's a lot of controversy about women of child-rearing ages going to the Olympics, because the Zika virus is more tropical in nature right now. It hasn't actually gotten to the United States as a transferable disease by mosquitoes. Although this last couple days they found the Aedes aegypti, which is a Zika-carrying mosquito and also carries yellow fever, dengue fever, and chikungunya fever. All those different viruses are also carried by this tropical mosquito. It's been found now in Garden Grove. So it's in Mission Viejo, some areas of Lake Forest, Huntington Beach, and now into the area of Garden Grove. They're a day-biting mosquito. If anybody gets bitten in the daytime by a mosquito, please call Vector Control. You can go right to the website or just call information. I give you the phone number. I don't have it with me right now. In fact, I had it on my phone and it just refreshed and it went away. So, give you a couple of facts about the Zika virus transmitted. It also transmitted by the yellow fever Asian tiger mosquito. Like I say, they have black bands on their legs. They're only about a quarter of an inch long. They're really small, very ferocious biters, bite in the daytime. They're trying to eliminate those mosquitoes, but they're very hard to eliminate. They have to physically almost remove the eggs from the containers, and they usually wind up in bowls for flowers, pots outside, that kind of thing. So make sure you dump all the water out of the pots, the retaining pots under your potted plants. Make sure there's no standing water. Of course, we have this little rain. The wind blew so darn hard that it blew all the water away. Blew my roof away too, but that's another story. If you do find a day-biting mosquito, please call Vector Control. So that's about it. Thanks. Any questions?
I got a question for you, Jim. Because you keep warning us about the day-biting mosquitoes. What is the acceptable time that mosquitoes should be coming out at night?
They usually come out at night.
Like, I mean, full night, or are we talking dusk, dawn?
Well,
I mean,
no. Usually, most mosquitoes, the standard house mosquito we have in Southern California, usually bites in the evening and the nighttime. They're usually out at night.
Full dark hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, or dusk to dawn, more or less. But these guys come out in the daytime. They bite 24 hours a day. These folks in Garden Grove, apparently, they got some plants that were imported from somewhere else, and they were infected with these tropical mosquitoes. And there's a plant called a bromelaid, I think it's what it's called, and they're kept in water all the time. And apparently there's a sort of a group, like a club, that transfer these plants back and forth. They trade them and stuff like that. And that's where these particular mosquitoes came from. The first ones that were found in Mission Viejo, right off of La Paz and right in that area, by the high school. But now they've gone to other places, so people are either transferring these plants to different places, or for some reason they got them. And in Garden Grove, they had a big infestation in a house. So that means tanning it and physically removing the eggs. And these guys are really smart. They can lay an egg on a container, not in the water area, but on the container itself. And it could sit there for 8 or 9 months before it hatches. So they're pretty durable little mosquitoes.
Okay. Thanks, Jim.
Can we have a motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Closed session report, City Attorney.
Mayor and Council, there was no reportable action taken.
All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion unless council staff or the public request removal of an item for separate discussion and action. I have not received any requests for removal.
Okay. Anybody want to pull anything? Tim, you got anything?
Yeah, I wanted to pull H just for a quick, yeah.
Jay?
I'm pulling H as well.
I pulled it first.
Let's duke it out.
E.
One more. Oh, deal.
Move the balance.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Passes. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, Kathy, you're up with E.
Okay. Do we have any staff here on that? It's a main pump station rehabilitation at North Beach.
Yes, Bill
Hi,
Cameron,
Bill.
Public Works.
My only question on this is, we've had a complaint of odor at this, and I wanted to know if maybe that was something that happened during our power failure, and we were on a temporary generator for a while, and now that everything's completed, you know, I wanted to make sure that the improvements kind of helped with that issue.
Actually, I just heard about this today, so I'm checking with staff, so I don't have an answer yet.
Okay.
But the generator, or the work that we did, repaired the damage that I thought occurred as part of that problem. Was it in March? I couldn't remember the exact date.
Okay, so you don't know about the odor problem?
But we will be getting a report.
You'll get back to us on that?
Right, we were going to give you a staff report on that.
I've asked Dave Riebensdorf to look into that and take a look what the issue is and try to figure out what's going on and what we can do to correct it.
Okay. You know, I'm not sure how recent that was. I just wanted to make sure. I mean, it was fairly recent that we've had a couple complaints on it, but I know we were doing work, so I just want to make sure if we have an issue or not, and if we do, that we try to do something about it. Okay.
We'll get back to you on
Okay,
that.
thank you. With that, I'll move the item.
Okay, motion by Ward, second by Ham. All in favor? Any opposed? Passes unanimously, Joy.
Item J is the construction contract for the playground replacement.
What about H?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tim's
Oh,
up
two
for H.
H's, sorry.
You know, the only reason I pulled this is because, and I don't want to steal Chris's thunder, which I'm probably going to do immediately upon saying that, this is a project that came in under budget, on time, and of great quality. All the reports have been really good. Sometimes when we hear about the bad stuff, it's nice to see a good one come across the table. So I just wanted to commend staff and everyone involved with the project who put this together, that we had a project that was executed, that was done in a tight time frame, that came across and has been a great public asset. So that's all I had to say on it.
So those are good points, Tim. You know, this project was near and dear to me because this is one of the first big projects that we approved going towards North Beach in the last few years, and I think it turned out fantastic. I did have two concerns with it. The first one I brought up when we approved the line item budget over a year ago, and that was trash receptacles at both the top and bottom of the stairs. I believe, talking to Mr. Cameron, that we have accomplished the one at the top, but I'm hoping to get consensus that we put one at the bottom as well, being that it's both a beach entrance, there's an entrance to the beach down there, and it's also a trail entrance, so it's a great place to locate a trash receptacle. And if you utilize those stairs anytime, you'll notice there's a buildup of trash that gets there because there is no receptacle. So if I can get consensus for that one, anybody have any issues with that?
No, why wouldn't we? Yeah.
Okay.
Of course.
Okay. My second concern is a lot of the steps have it's a brown paint finish on it, and prior to these steps, the previous steps, when they would break, were replaced with a brown stained wood step, and they get quite hot in summertime to the point where too hot to the touch, aka too hot to the bare foot. And so I would just like to keep staff aware of that, ensure that they're out there when the summer months come around, so that we can remedy that situation when it happens, being that it is a beach entrance. So those are my two thoughts.
Well, yeah, go ahead, James. You're going to say something.
We'll keep an eye on that and see if there's any issues and complaints that come up. I know there was a reason that we put the brown up there, and I think Tom can talk to that issue. But we'll monitor the effect in the summer when the sun heats up.
Great. With that,
we're going to monitor. I would have to go back and talk with my staff on what the specific design rationale for that was, and we can report back to the council on that.
Well, I made a little observation out there. I thought the tile risers that folks kicked in some money to support the project for, I thought they came out looking very nice. I mean, I don't know what you guys thought of it, but way to go to the folks that kicked in for that, because I think it helped the project, and it looks very nice.
Yeah, that's the CARE program that your council approved, and so we appreciate the people who donated funds to get the tiles, and then Aaron Donnelly, who was our project manager, laid out and did the design work, and I think we all agree, even the non-customized, just the sort of standard tiles, those risers really look good. Yeah.
If somebody would send me some letters to sign to those folks, I'd love to do that, to thank them for their participation in that program.
The last question I have for staff is we had discussed when the project was coming before us that we would have some sort of bench replaced there from the one that was previously there. Are we looking for someone to donate that, like with the, what's the project?
Exactly, it's the CARE
Okay.
program. So our Parks Department is going to work through that to get a donation via the CARE program and get a bench reestablished at the top of
Yeah.
the access.
Great job.
So that's in the works.
Fantastic job by staff, by the way. It turned out great.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to make one comment on that project. If you look at the quality of work by that contractor, it was extremely high, and I don't say that very often, but it was an excellent project. I was very surprised and pleased with the quality of the work.
Well, if you'd send me that letter, Bill, I'd love to sign that one too. Thank you. Thank you.
So with that, Tim, I'll move the item. You want to second it?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Item J, Laura?
J is more good news, and a shout out to Aaron Donnelly. This is the construction contract award for the playground replacement and at Bonita Canyon Park and Marblehead Park. I love the idea that our new equipment is going to be universally accessible, and I love even more that you have figured out a way to donate potentially the old equipment through Kids Around the World, and even with our sister city in Argentina as the target. So I just wanted to let the community know that something good is going on here at Bonita Canyon and Marblehead Park, and I'll move the item.
Yeah, I wanted to show some of the pictures of the playground equipment we had that was going to be in there.
I'll just run through it really quick, just to give you an idea. This is consistent with, if you like, just, I have a few. So you know what's going in. This is consistent with your prior direction for more challenging play equipment. So recall, we're going to do Marblehead. We're still getting used to the new name. Instead of Marblehead Inland, Marblehead Park and Bonita Canyon. So go. Why is it not going? Wrong one. So at Marblehead, we actually have two playgrounds. There's an age 2 to 5, which has, this is sort of a tri-level park. So this is, I think, the lower level. We'll have the engineered bar. You can kind of see the play structure here. It's hard to see in this graphic, but there are sort of cable rope wire structures within that. Next one really quick.
And is that all resilient flooring? What is the?
This is the engineered wood bar. It's what we have at portions of Courtney's.
Yeah.
In there, and we talked about that at your last council meeting too. We think that's a more cost-effective way to get a safe play surface in the long haul. This is just a different view of the bottom level. Next one, Laura. The middle one is just a more basic feature. It'll have sand in there. The green thing, that's kind of a new style of not merry-go-round, but one of those. I guess merry-go-round, yeah, spinner, where you sit inside of it. Yeah.
Can adults go in that thing?
What? So, yeah, we'll give it a whirl and break it in. And then the upper level, the age 5 to 12 playground has it's a little bit more extensive. You can see sort of the wire rope cable play structures there. And then next one, just a different view of the same thing. At Bonito, same thing here, similar thing. We're going to do age 5 to 12, two different views, climbing structures, rope structure in there. And because we're doing it through this cooperative agreement, Landscape Structures will honor that price from this other government agency, and that's what's letting us get this challenging play equipment, which is a little bit more expensive for the budget that we have. And so Erin Donnelly will be managing this project. She came before you to get this direction, and with your approval, we ought to be able to install and have the first one, Bonita Canyon, substantially complete by the end of March, and then move over to Marblehead Inland. And we have been working with the Boys and Girls Club to minimize the impact to their operation.
Tom, I don't want to put you on the spot, but what is that thing in the upper left-hand corner that looks like a weight on a bar?
Upper left?
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll find out.
Okay.
It's going to be a surprise to us.
Yeah, it's nice. Okay, great. I'm
If
excited.
I don't weigh enough to break it, I'll play on it.
Okay, I'll move the item.
Just one little piece of discussion there. I had a conversation with kids around the world, and they were very receptive to this. We cleaned up a couple of little points that were that needed cleaned up, and they were very receptive and very helpful in this. So I want to particularly thank them for doing that. And when we'll have an opportunity to thank them publicly at the dedication or
We're working
at some
out
point along.
particulars to make sure that the old equipment gets donated and repurposed, ideally to our sister city, but if not, somewhere in the vicinity down there in South America. And we'll keep you updated on that.
Okay, thank you. Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thanks, Tom.
Great, thank you.
The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the City Council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. The first public hearing is a continued public hearing relating to the city's land use plan for the city's local coastal program.
Thank you, John. Please go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening. So this is the coastal land use plan. It was before the City Council on December 15th, and we're back to discuss some of the key changes that have been made. Just as I said, it was previously before the City Council on December 15th. City Council recommended continuing it to address requested modifications from City Council and public, as well as give the public more time to review the draft. Some of the key topics that were addressed since the last draft and incorporated into the LUP include ESHA and wetland buffer policies that have been modified to simplify the text and provide flexibility for when buffer distances do apply and how they apply based on site-specific constraints, as well as edits were made to the biological inventory to provide more clarification on what is ESHA. Policies were modified in Chapter 5 hazards section to reorganize them and modify them to improve their clarity.
I'm sorry, John. Would you go back a slide there and tell me where that is, where the biological inventory? Can you give me a page number on that?
Well, for the biological inventory, that's the attachment to the draft.
Well, where you made the edits for the biological inventory to provide clarification on what is ESHA.
Well, one of the comments was on, let's see here, 5, let's see. It was, let's see. One of them that I'm looking for was, it was originally mentioned that the areas of the beach along the train tracks and then up the bluffs were ESHA, and we modified that to eliminate that text because
I think it's 411, which is 129.
Yeah, page 129.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Got it.
Yes, that was one of the key
Okay,
locations.
thank you.
Did that answer your question, Bob?
Yes, it did, John.
Thank you. And then, as I mentioned, that some of the retention device policies were reorganized and modified to improve their clarity. And in response to the Capistrano Shores Park comments, we created a new policy that was developed to provide clarity on that the park would be allowed to continue to maintain their retention device. Staff is recommending that the Capistrano Shores Mobile Home Park be included in a deferred certification. Some of the reasons behind this is it shields the city from litigation between the park and the Coastal Commission, which is currently in effect. It avoids further delays of the LUP, and then the Coastal Commission will retain permit authority of the park area to protect the coastal resources. So that's staff's recommendation. So if the City Council were to approve this draft as a result of that, all of the references to the park, maps, and area descriptions would be eliminated from this draft for the deferred certification area. Also, just two notes for edits that should be made to this draft. One is included in the land use table, table 2-1. Bed and breakfast should be removed from allowed uses in the RVL and the RL land use designations, as well as the sensitive habitat maps in Chapter 4, figure, it was listed as 4-1, however, it's the second figure, so it should be 4-2. That was the case in the previous draft. It just got changed to 4-1. So those two changes are what staff is recommending in addition to.
Can I comment on just one thing you just said? You said the residential low and only the residential very low. You're going to remove the bed and breakfast?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. In the medium, residential medium and low medium, I believe those are only allowed by a CUP. So should we state that in here, or do you just say bed and breakfast is allowed? And then my last question is, in the residential high, our municipal code only allows it in areas that are not covered by a specific plan, and I believe the Pier Bowl is covered by a specific plan. So isn't that the only residential high area we have in our town?
There is a residential high that's just located outside of the Pier Bowl specific plan.
Okay.
On Avenida Santa Barbara, and I think there might be a couple other streets. And the Pier Bowl specific plan does allow for bed and breakfast, so it would be covered within that.
It does, because I asked if the specific plan said that, and I think I was told that it does not state bed and breakfasts are allowed. Can we clarify?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can look
Okay,
into that just to make sure.
Just the municipal code says they're not allowed seaward of the 5 or in a specific plan in low or very low, but with a CUP and medium. And I thought the high was only in the Pier Bowl, so I just want to clarify that we
Yeah,
get that
there
right.
may be a slight contradiction in the zoning ordinance
Okay.
there.
All right, it just seems it's a current issue, so
Absolutely.
we need to get it right. Okay, that's it on that.
John, I got a couple questions before we come off this 2.1 here.
Yes.
So on residential very low, you changed it from 25 feet to 30 feet. What's the reason for that, when the rest of residential low is 25 feet?
I think that was just a catch that staff made in that it is 30 feet, and
Okay.
it was just listed as 25 feet, which was incorrect.
Why then in residential low right below is it still 25 feet?
Because in residential low, that is the allowed height.
So it's a
Just
higher,
in the RVL.
So it's higher in the RL than it is in the RVL? It's the heights?
In RVL, it's allowed to be 30 feet.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
That concludes staff's presentation.
All right, I've got a question about the specifics of that. What if Kathy's found a couple of things that need change? If we approve this tonight, are you going to give us a report next council meeting and say we've changed those things?
We can do that.
Okay. All right, I'd like to see some, if things get changed tonight, I'd like to have a report. And we do wind up approving this plan. I'd like to have a report back next council meeting that, tells us what you've done to change that, okay?
We can definitely do that.
Is that all right with everybody?
Do you have cards?
I do have cards, yes.
Okay, because I was going to ask, Resident Cheryl Moe sent lengthy commentary, and at our last meeting, you had indicated that you'd be in touch with her. Did that in fact happen?
Yes, we have met on 2 occasions to go over that. She provided a modified list that I believe the council received over the weekend. And so we did sit down on that this week to go over those, and we discussed what we thought staff could be supportive of, and issues that staff felt may not be appropriate to be included.
Thank
So
you.
staff's prepared to go through any and all of those if you'd like.
Any more questions for staff?
No, we're going to have discussion after we hear from the public.
Yes, we are.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, we are. Anybody? Okay. Well, it's a public hearing item here, Joanne, so we'll open the public hearing, and I've got some cards about the land use plan. First up, Eric Wills, then Ray Spencer, then Cheryl Moe, then Christy Armstrong.
Good evening. First part of this is just a technical thing that the lawyers are requiring me to read, and then we can get into talking about it a little bit. Bear with me. Capistrano Shores, Inc. hereby incorporates into the administrative record our previous correspondence and oral comment concerning the City of San Clemente's local coastal program and related land use issues affecting Capistrano Shores Mobile Home Park, including without limitation that correspondence submitted into record at the continued City Council meetings on this item and at Planning Commission and prior. This information was previously submitted to the City Clerk for the December 15, 2015 hearing. The prior administrative record includes, without limitation, correspondence and oral comments concerning Planning Commission meetings on June 30th, 2015, June 24th, 2015, June 9th, 2015, May 12th, 2015, April 22nd, 2015. Correspondence and oral comments submitted to the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Committee concerning their meeting on or around January 13, 2015, and correspondence directed to staff at the direction of the Planning Commission and City Attorney with copy to the City Clerk for inclusion of the record dated January 6, 2015 and February 16, 2015, as well as correspondence submitted on behalf of Capistrano Shores, Inc. by the Lofton Firm and Sherman Stacy for the City Council meeting on December 15, 2015, and the administrative records transmitted therewith, the oral comment on behalf of Capistrano Shores, Inc. and its residents at the City Council meeting, and the correspondence submitted on behalf of Capistrano Shores, Inc. by the Lofton Firm at the City Council meeting on January 19, 2016. Sorry about that. That was a requirement. Something has happened between the last meeting and this meeting where staff was recommending that we be approved, and now they're recommending deferred certification. Just last week, we entered into a tolling agreement with the City of San Clemente on our litigation. And one of the reasons we did that is because the LUP was our pathway to get out of the litigation. That we were working with staff, we had a lot of great comments. We were left with one issue, which was the 50% destruction issue, which I think can be easily removed. And now we're finding out today that they're recommending deferred certification. So I don't know how that pathway towards litigation gets fixed without the LUP. But it's our preference that you include us. It's our preference that we go hand in hand to coastal, and we try to enact what staff and Capistrano Shores, Inc. has tried to do over all that long list that I've done. We spent a lot of time and energy, hundreds of man hours on this. So we encourage you to not agree with staff on this, and we include us in the LUP.
Thank you. Ray Spencer.
Hi, how you doing? I'm Ray Spencer, and I've come before you before. I'm an interested party, not yet a resident of San Clemente, but I hope to be someday. We have a lot over on Avenida San Antonio, and anyway, I know that you're considering this LUP. I know that council has considered it in the past, and I encourage you to move forward with it. As somebody who's been involved with the process, both with your planning group and also now with the Coastal Commission, I would have to say that I've really enjoyed working with your staff and the City of San Clemente. So far, they've been a lot more responsive than the Coastal Commission. Obviously, there's a lot of things that go into that, a lot of reasons why Coastal Commission is not as I guess, reactive and agile as you are. But I really enjoyed working with Jim Petches and his staff. So, you know, just in thinking about it, just as a person who's observed a lot in terms of policies and sat through a lot of meetings and read a lot, I would just encourage you to think about, as you're putting these plans together, the kind of arbitrary nature in general of setbacks and ESHA and that sort of thing. And I notice when I see a lot of the writings that they tend to focus on what you can't do and how you have to try to protect existing canyon sort of status. And I think it might be more useful, actually, to, while you do that on one hand, also with the other hand, look for ways to where you could reward people in the city who want to make improvements to the canyon and who want to plant natives and actually bring the canyon back to, you know, what would be considered more ESHA. So I don't know exactly how you do that, but I just think that, you know, good government is you know, rewards positive things as much as it penalizes problems. So I would just encourage you all to continue to support the program, and hopefully I won't have to use it. Hopefully our timelines will be done with our project by the time you actually have an LUP. But, you know, I want to keep this on the in my back pocket just in case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. Cheryl Moe. And then Christy Armstrong.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Cheryl, and I'm a resident of San Clemente. I did want to reiterate on what Mr. Sure. What Mr. Spencer had said about, you guys did have a policy in the last LUP about encouraging activities which improve the natural biology value and integrity and corridor function. So I think positive education is really important. I think sometimes we have these canyons and we're trying to be environmental on maybe 0.5% of the population of the coastal zone versus applying things that might throughout the whole coastal zone that would improve our environment. But I am here to talk to you about the draft LEP, and I was able to meet and speak with John and clarify many of my concerns. He's had some comments he agreed with, some comments he needed to get some clarification on from other people in the department, and some stuff he wanted clarification from you. So I tried to kind of put this in a document that I'll hand out to you on that so you can see that, and then when you're talking to John. The biggest thing for me is like when projects come in the coastal canyons, the diagram is of the parcels versus the canyons themselves, and so to make sure that there's clarity that those parcels are defined, and that's something that in the DUDEC report it talks about a parcel. So once you have those parcels that are in your zoning map, then you go to the coastal setbacks, which are in the hazard 40, and they've kind of put most of the setbacks in there, so it's really clear, so I really appreciate that. There's, you know, some clarification that it looks like there could be a fourth setback that's discretionary, and I'd like to not have something kind of on community culture or whatever it was in there, but just really use those definitive setbacks. We have geology, we have different things, so just use that. I would also ask you to look at wetlands. I think the LUP is using Newport Beach's wetland stuff, which they have a back bay and ESHA. Our canyons, they don't even qualify as part of the watershed on that map. There's so little, but we do have a lot of water down there, which please look into that. I think you have some drainage plans that you're supposed to look at. We have mosquitoes, bad. When I hear everything, it really concerns me. So, you know, maybe those need to be put in pipes, that water that runs so much. What else do I have to say about that? So I just want to thank the staff and the council for doing this, because it is a big document, so I appreciate your time.
Cheryl, can I ask one question? You handed out the same thing that you sent us earlier?
I condensed it to 3 pages and just
Oh, okay.
so that it's easier.
Easier?
Yeah. And
So, from what I understand, some of what your issues are is whether a canyon is actual drainage or if it's a stream, and if it is a stream, the setbacks are different, correct? So you think that some of the canyons, we're saying that these are our streams, and we're adding additional setbacks when they really are just drainage from above.
Yeah, like a wetland could have a 100-foot setback, and which it could be really a problemsome thing. I think they've put language in there so that you can adjust those. But to me, when I looked at Laguna Beach thing, they had something about city drainage was a 25-foot setback, and so.
So if it's actually classified as just drainage, the setback is less.
In
And so you
Laguna,
think,
and I haven't done enough research that I know more than I saw it on their website.
okay. Because I'm trying to follow the changes that you would ask for, so I guess we'll get with John on that.
Yeah, John went through it, and so he's okay with different ones, and he'll probably have comments to get clarification from you. And then there's some areas where things were listed in different places, and he was going to figure out how to put it together. So I think he's probably done some of that work and can go through that with you.
Okay. So just point me out on 198. Do you have the page?
And I gave them all to you.
Okay, then we're not going to talk about it. Okay. All right. We'll try and deal with it.
Ms. Armstrong, John, are we going to go through these when we call you back up there? Are we you going to talk about
Yeah,
these?
if I could get a copy of the recent letter that just went out.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Armstrong, please. Thank you.
Hello, Council. Thank you for having me here today to talk about the maps that I believe, I talked to John and he said that you do have these in your packets, and they're the potential ESHA resources maps, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And on map, I'm going to pass this if they need a reference as to which maps I'm talking about. On the map number 2,
These biological resource maps, is that what this is?
yes, this was in the DUDEC report.
So it's figure 2. Page 246?
I don't have the page numbers, I'm sorry. But they're the potential ESHA resources maps.
Okay.
Which are maps 1, 2, let's see, it'd be figure 4-1, 4-2, 4-3.
How many of these packets did you hand out, ma'am?
Just one.
Just one?
Yeah,
okay.
just one, just so that you knew which one I was talking about. 'Cause I checked with John, and he says you do have these maps in your
Page
packet.
139 of your report.
And the map that I have questions about is the map number 3, which shows Toledo Canyon. Okay. It's odd that it's the only canyon that is not recognized with any ESHA markings. And also, the bluff that is at the bottom of that canyon is not outlined at all. And I'm just wondering why.
Can you repeat which canyon you're speaking
Yeah,
of?
Toledo.
we're on different pages here together.
Page 139. Yeah. It's the canyon to the far left of the page. It says Toledo.
If you look at all those maps, you'll see that every canyon has some ESHA property to it. Toledo Canyon is not, and the outline for it encompasses the houses along the beach, but not the bluff in front. And I'm wondering why.
We can certainly have staff answer that for you when he comes back up.
Okay. All righty, great.
Thank you. Mark McGuire?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I just wanted to thank staff for the time that they took to go through some of the questions I had about the last draft, and I think they made a lot of good changes that, frankly, are changes based on what the commission staff has done in the city on projects that have been coming through. So seeing some of the precedent that the Coastal Commission staff has done, I think they've made changes that kind of anticipate what's acceptable, but certainly doesn't make it more difficult if you get a certified LCP. So I really appreciated those changes. I had one remaining quibble, and it does relate to canyons. In those canyon exhibits, and they're in different places, and it's really something that I think can be worked on at the next stage, which is the implementing plan. But some of the canyons, in particular the Marblehead Canyon exhibits, those show the canyons, the true portion of the canyon, whereas the other exhibits show the canyons and the perimeter lots that potentially touch the canyon. Some of those lots don't touch the canyon at all. I mean, frankly, I think the canyon between T Street and the pier, I think it's got your lot in it, for example. I don't think your house is in the canyon, but for some reason, the way the lines were drawn over time, the lots go all the way to Trafalgar Street. So I don't know what the history of that was, but in any event, I thought it would be important to clarify at some point that those exhibits are not showing just the canyon, but they're showing the perimeter lots as well as the canyons. So that's the only point, because we have canyons in our town and we have small and urbanized canyons in our town. I mean, when you go down Ola Vista and you see that pretty little red barn house as you do the dip, that's in a canyon right now. And there's another house that's down a little lane that's also in the canyon, and then the houses on both sides are very close in that very tight canyon. And then in contrast to that, you've got Marblehead, where at places we have 600 feet. So it's just trying to make that clarification so that when we deal with those canyon policies, we can factor in, that we're really dealing just with the canyon. But other than that, and then I guess I would just clarify one point in terms of, there was a question why Laguna was able to get 25 feet. I think that related to ephemeral drainages, frankly. They called them, city streams. So they have just water intermittently. Most of the canyon bottoms in southwest San Clemente, those wouldn't be designated wetlands there. Even if they have this, what we call urban slobber, they don't have enough riparian or the characteristics to qualify as wetlands. So the wetland setbacks aren't going to kick in unless for some reason someone gets down there and finds that there is in fact a wetland. And then on that Taleda Canyon issue, even if it's not designated ESHA right now, if there's some native vegetation when someone's doing a project, they're going to have to do some surveys and determine whether or not it's ESHA or not. But
Mr. McGuire, just for time's sake, we started your clock a minute and a half late, so
so you're
wrap it up.
Oh, well,
yeah.
It's fine. I was trying to follow the okay.
The light slide.
Can I ask you a question, though?
Sure.
So are you saying on some of the canyons where they really are drainage, you're not saying that there's a problem with building and the setbacks because they're really not? To me, it looks like we're designating them as streams and those setbacks are going to kick in. So it seemed like now you're saying it's really not going to happen because they're drainage, but they're not designated that.
My understanding of what happened from the last draft to this draft, the last draft wrapped around those drainages at the bottom of the canyons and called them ESHA or potential ESHA, and was going to kick in ESHA policies for what are really ephemeral drainages or intermittent drainages. My understanding was that got modified, and so now that line is no longer wrapping around those drainages. So if it's just a drainage without any native vegetation or without any wetland vegetation, then I don't think setback policies are going to kick in because of that. Having said that, they're at the bottom of the canyon, so you're never going to be able to develop right up to the bottom of the canyon in any event. But you're right, the setbacks, I don't think the setback policies would kick in for ephemeral drainages or drainages that are just transporting urban runoff that don't constitute wetlands or riparian resources.
Okay,
that's my understanding.
Would someone have to pay a lot of money for a biological review in order to show the city that that is drainage only? Is that an issue?
Well, I think, it's always going to be an issue when you're developing a project on in one of these canyons in one of the canyon lots, which I live on one of those. It's the first step is going to be what's obvious. If there's nothing there, then that's going to be simple enough. But if there's something there that raises a question, it's not clear how significant it is, then you would probably have to go to the next step and do a biological survey. So
okay, and then last question, what is the issue with having some of the lots in the drawing of the canyon if we have rules that say the setback from the canyon edge? Why does it matter if the lot is included in there? How does that work?
And again, I don't mind, it really is a quibbling point at this point. I don't mind if they're in the exhibits, but I think to a certain extent it exaggerates the extent of the canyons in southwest San Clemente. You've got exhibits that show in green, for example, these broad canyons that really aren't as broad as they look because they're including all these lots. So there are canyons in southwest San Clemente that look as broad as the canyons in Marblehead Coastal, when in fact they're full of homes.
Okay.
That's
So your issue is just with that?
Yeah, but I do think it then kicks in, and I think in the implementing plan, there are some of those lots, frankly, that I think should be subject to no canyon setback policies. They're not in the canyon. The canyon's so modified in that location. Take that red barn house at the dip of Ola Vista. For it to even have to go through an exercise of canyon setback policies, it's really a wasted effort.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Okay, anybody else like to speak on this issue? All right, with that, we'll close the public hearing. And, John, you ready to talk about this?
Yeah. Should we go through Cheryl's?
No, let's start with Mark's idea about the canyon and the lines drawn. Let's start there.
I actually have just a suggestion on that. You know, on the DUDEC maps, it has what's called a coastal canyon parcel outline. It's a dotted black line that outlines all the parcels. What that is not included on is this coastal canyons parcel piece here, right? You have coastal canyons in green, right? And this actually, the way this reflects, it includes those parcels. So I think a proper way to have this map is to have that same black line on those outlines, and then have the green actually reflect the canyon itself. Because these aren't the coastal canyons, these are the parcels in those coastal canyons, whereas this one actually reflects the coastal canyon.
That figure was intended to identify all of the coastal canyons within the city.
Okay.
It wasn't intended to be at a parcel level where we were identifying where the actual parcel boundaries are and where the canyon edge is. That's at a level of specificity
of showing where it is.
Of showing where it is.
I think just for the purposes of clarity for future, I think it would be important to make that differentiation. Just because if I was looking at this map, I'm like, well, my house is effectively in a canyon. If you look at this, because of the way that it's defined, whereas you just want to specify parcels, it's an important but subtle point. And I think that same principle just needs to reflect itself in the document. You know, as you go through this, being able to say, well, this is truly a coastal canyon, whereas you're a parcel next to a canyon. You know, for example, in Trafalgar, you've got, a dozen homes that are, I guess, adjacent to but not in the coastal canyon. So I just think you have to reflect that just for definitions, for clarity, for purpose, so that councils 10 years from now will be able to put that together. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Can I ask a question on page 137?
Wait a minute. Let's stay right on Tim's.
Well, I am asking something else.
Okay.
Tim, if you look at 137, page 137.
Yeah.
It says coastal canyons, and one of the issues that Cheryl Moe had is she thought that should be changed to coastal canyon parcels. So I want to know if that's what you're saying.
That's exactly what I'm saying, is that you have to differentiate. The green is the parcels, right?
Okay.
But what I'd like to do is just have, you can have coastal canyons where it's in green here still, but just reflect the canyon itself, whereas a black outline would indicate the parcels surrounding. I'm just saying it may need just one extra level of detail to be able to spell out the difference between those two items. It reconciles it fine, but it will help people get oriented, but it'll also specify that this is not considered a quote-unquote coastal canyon. Those are the coastal canyon parcels, the coastal canyon's in the middle. It's all very clear, and it actually does exactly what these subsequent maps do, where the black outline is the parcels and the green is the canyons itself. Is that right? The green, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so just mimic, the same thing. Just mimic that back there, and I think you'd be fine.
But they don't match. I mean, this page, always an issue with these. This page, these coastal canyons on this page do not match the coastal canyon on page 139, the one that's directly adjacent to it. Those those to me don't match. I mean, I don't, those don't look the same to me.
The
Are they?
Palisada one? Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
it
here
does.
we go. Mr.
I gave
Petches.
some clarification.
Thank you.
And you're right, absolutely. The Coastal Commission actually drew these lines around the canyons as an overlay of the affected areas that have to be reviewed for the coastal canyon standards. So I think if we just make that clarification on the title of this first figure, that should be sufficient. Yeah, or coastal canyon overlay or whatever the appropriate wording is. And then when you get down, when you look down closely and examine an actual lot, then you drill down to where the actual canyon edge is and all the details. Okay? So the second part, the second maps actually indicate the biological study of where the ashes are, or potential ashes are.
Oh, okay, that's more of the, okay.
The first map is just showing you really what the Coastal Commission boundary of the overlay is. Mark made a really good point. There's some lots in that overlay that don't belong in it because they don't even touch the coastal canyon. And so in the second part of this project, in the implementation plan stage, we'll actually drill down with the Coastal Commission and ask them permission to redraw those boundaries to be more clear and take out the lots that aren't really even having the, should have the coastal canyon setbacks applied to them. So anyway, that's the reason why the maps don't match.
Why don't we do that in this stage, Jim? Why don't we do that?
We can't do it without their permission. So we have to work with their mapping unit in order to change the boundary.
What if we don't get to the implementation stage?
Well, we can still apply for a change in the boundary if we wanted to.
Okay. Can we put that on the things to do list in case we don't get
It's on my things to do list.
Okay, thank you.
It's from the beginning. Thanks.
It's a pretty short list, isn't it?
Okay, John, you want to tell us about Toledo Canyon and answer that the question about the bluffs?
Yeah,
About
so I spoke to our biologist today just to try and get some clarification on that. And when they did their review for the biological inventory, they only identified ornamental plantings in that area and some sparse coastal sage scrub that didn't get mapped on this. They said that if we wanted to go back and have that mapped, then we can have that done. They didn't feel like there was anything that would qualify as potential sensitive habitat. And how we have the policies structured in this report is that any of these areas that are on any of these coastal canyons or bluffs would be required to do it at the very least a preliminary biological inventory study just to see if there is anything there, and then if there is something there, then they would have to do a more in-depth study. With the resources that we had in preparing this document, the biological inventory was something that a lot of the funds went to, but to do a very detailed analysis of all of the coastal canyons, bluffs, and the shoreline, just we didn't have the access on a lot of the private property and just didn't have the resources to do that extensive of an evaluation. So this is kind of a 1,000-foot analysis to help kind of zero in on where the hot spots are, and then later on when specific projects come in, we can better identify where those areas are.
All right, thank you. And now we're going to go through this?
Yes.
Okay.
I was able to go through the old one, so I'm going to kind of look at the new and the old and kind of compare as we go through it. I'm assuming we'll just kind of go through it line by line.
Please.
So, with the recommendation on page
Just
18,
tell it,
if I agree, I'll just say
perfect.
We're good.
Thank
with
you.
it. Yes. So I agree with the items mentioned on page 18 and 22. I agree with the item on page 93. However, I feel like it's just a background description, but I feel like we could keep in a small canyon as well in there. It's just a background description. She's essentially agreeing with the addition language that was recommended by Mark McGuire, so we're good there. Addition of on page 137, the coastal canyon parcels. I think we all are on agreement on that. Figure 4-4 watershed. This is the watershed map. We're in agreement on that on page 149.
You're in agreement on 138, is that what you said?
I'm sorry, 130, 137, and 149.
Oh, so you're skipping 138.
Oh.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I have the old one. Okay, I'll go by what you're saying. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
168, that's something that I think the city council needs to make a decision on. I don't know that it's necessarily part of funding an urban runoff plan. 169, this applies to any projects that would trigger a WQMP, so, the threshold is established by the state and the regulations in here, so any project that qualifies has to go.
So that's a no.
Because the state requires it.
169 is a no. You're
Yes, correct.
You're not accepting.
Correct.
Okay, good.
180, yes, I don't see any issues with that. 185, staff looked at that with our consultant and understanding the issues that Cheryl Moe has in regards to the policy, and still feel like there is adequate flexibility in the policy, and that it does say in a number of instances minimizing impacts to coastal canyon natural landforms, as well as minimizing buildable pad areas. So it does provide that flexibility, and staff, our consultant, Ann Blemker, she agreed with that, in that there are unique circumstances where the entire the lot is in the entire canyon, there isn't a buildable pad. She still felt that the policy provided that flexibility there.
Okay, so that's another no.
That's another no.
Okay.
You just want me to jump quicker through those, or
No, you're doing great, John. You're doing great.
All right. 191 through 194. I didn't see the conflict between the definition and the retention devices policies, so I had a no with that. On 198, related to coastal canyon setbacks, staff agreed with a majority of the items here, with the exception of the elimination of the last, or the sentence in the last paragraph. These additional factors may require increased setbacks depending on conditions of the site and adjacent coastal resources. Staff felt that that was an important sentence to have in there.
So we'll leave that in there?
Leave that in.
We'll make the other changes, but leave that sentence in there?
Yes.
Okay.
On 185, coastal bluffs and shoreline development, staff looked at this and agreed that there could be some consolidation to this section. Staff was originally recommended by the Coastal Commission staff to, we originally had it all consolidated together, and then they told us to break it out, and there are some policies that are related to all hazard areas, so we feel that we can reorganize that to better provide clarity and have policies that affect all hazard areas, not just bluffs, shorelines, canyons. So staff can make any easy changes with that. Getting to the end here. And with that consolidation should address 198 and the addition of that to the canyon areas. So consolidating them, this would be a policy that would apply to all hazard areas, not just bluffs and shoreline.
So 198 is going to, is that a yes or a no?
Yes.
That's a yes, okay.
That's a yes. 198 is the 198 for has 41 is a no, as I previously mentioned, with the similar policy for bluffs, in that there is an existing flexibility in the policy with minimizing areas of height.
So 5.3.2 has 41 as a no?
Is a no, correct.
Okay.
John, can you clarify, does it say maintain and minimize the disturbance to the canyon? How does it read? I can't tell by this. What is she objecting
proposed
to?
language?
Yes, does it say maintain and minimize?
It's intended to be, as this is written, this revision would be to minimize the disturbance to natural topographical features, whereas there are some lots that have an existing, a buildable pad area and then a coastal bluff natural landform that should be not touched. Her recommendations are more suited towards the unique scenarios where the entire lot is in the canyon, and so that's kind of not the norm.
I think the right language there is that it's from HAS 41, right? It says new development shall be designed and sited to minimize the disturbance of the natural topographic characteristics of the city's natural landforms. You can't minimize the natural topographic characteristics, but you can minimize the disturbance of, or the, right? I mean, that's my understanding of that language. Is that accurate?
It was written to maintain the natural topographical characteristics,
Which is impossible in a development profile, right? I mean, so it would really be trying to, wouldn't it be, how do you maintain that topographical component with development?
Essentially what it's saying is don't develop beyond the canyon edge. And so if you develop beyond the canyon edge, you are modifying that natural landform. The natural landform is the canyon area. That's why we have the setbacks. So that would only happen in unique scenarios where the entire lot is in the canyon. We could provide language to address both, saying, that, and then have the caveat that with parcels that are located solely in the coastal canyon, you shall minimize the disturbance.
That would be great.
So we could have both in there.
Okay, thank you.
Sound good?
Yes, that'd be better.
Wait a minute, I want to hear from Mr. Petchus on that. I'm not sure about that. I want to hear Jim's thoughts on that before we go on there.
I don't see any problem with that, allowing that caveat, because Cheryl's right. If you have a lot that's wholly in the coastal canyon, there's no way not to disturb the topography. So the goal then would be just to minimize it to the extent possible.
The very nature of development doesn't allow you to maintain the natural topographic figure.
So I think it's a good clarification.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're on the final run for, let's see, okay, HAS 42, also on page 149, or 198. Staff is in agreement of that. On page 220, staff is in disagreement. Staff feels that graphic is accurate. It's also in our zoning it was pulled directly from our zoning ordinance. On page 222, this is a definition that was directed or provided to us by the Coastal Commission, so staff's not recommending any modifications to that. On page 224, drainage course municipal, staff isn't recommending including that, but doesn't see any issue with including it. There really haven't been anything that we've discussed on that with Coastal Commission staff. Staff's in agreement of 229 and not in agreement of 234 because if water from any source creates a wetland, it is identified as a wetland, and that's been the case with other projects that have come before the city. So that would be in conflict with that. I think that includes everything.
Any more questions for John?
I have some questions.
Okay, go ahead.
John, I sent you an email with a whole list of my concerns. The ones that I didn't see addressed were small points, like the coastal access points, and I'm sorry, I don't know where it's at in the new version compared to the version I'm working off of, but we addressed the one on the south end of Buena Vista, and I'm just reading back through the shoreline access, and it defines shoreline access as both public and private access points.
Yes.
And I know the concern that you'd raised was that now, because of property rights changing hands multiple times, it's now a private one, but it's not identified on the map. So is there a reason that we did not identify that, even though we do list public and private ones? What the consensus was for that?
What we have listed is access to the beach, essentially kind of, this is the direct line of access to the beach, whereas that is an access from Buena Vista to, is it Los, or? Escalones.
Yeah.
So it doesn't necessarily provide an access to the beach, and that's kind of what this section was intended to. If you want to include it, we could still include it.
Well, so my concern with not including things of that nature, just that in the future, if this is ever, documents ever brought up and we have the ability to maintain those access points, that they're not listed in here, so they won't be maintained going forward. Is that?
I think that's fair. I think we can put it in there.
Okay. Okay. And then the other one that I didn't address in my email to you, which I apologize for, was the, oh gosh, what's the canyon? The one by, what's canyon by you, Bob? The Trafalgar Canyon access. So it actually is inaccurate. It goes below the trail system there. You can access it from Mola Vista. It's a private, public
trail system. Down the canyon?
Yeah.
Okay.
That one also is not on here. Aside from that,
Nobody wants to access the beach from that spot, though, Chris. I mean, it's not very...
people do it. It's a well-used trail. I've done it multiple times.
You wouldn't put it in a well-used category, but it's a
Well,
little
we're not
bit-
maintaining it. Somebody is, because there's a trail there you can walk that's pretty easy to walk. So I put that in the well-maintained.
All right, well, maybe you got a point
The
there,
point
but
is,
it's
coastal
very,
access to me
don't
is
use it,
priority.
folks. It's very dangerous. It's a dangerous spot. Okay.
Granted, the point is
Okay.
coastal access is of the utmost importance to me, and I want to ensure that moving forward, none of those are blocked due to any misconceived ideas that because we didn't include in this, oh, I can just build on top of it. And I'm sure that wouldn't happen, but that's my concern. The other issue I have, and I brought this issue up before, James, this is more directed at James and probably Cecilia, is when you look at the maps that are included in here, there's a lot of overlays and districts and things that we said as a council we were going to address those changes in general plan amendments that are now being included in documents like the coastal land use plan that are inaccurate. There's a lot of those, and it would take a long time to go over those, and they need to be addressed in amendments that are forthcoming, I'm sure. So just have staff aware that when we do make those amendments, we're going to have to come back and make those changes to this as well. So, food for thought. And there was one example I just want to cite. Per example of that is if you look at the Short Cliffs Beach parking lot, it's a SB2 overlay, and the way I understood SB2 and the way that we adopted it was that it was for public owned properties, and that's not a publicly owned property. So, small example of what I'm talking about. Anyway,
We're going to get to Short Cliffs in a minute, aren't we? Yeah, okay.
I want to ask about Short Cliffs because we're on access points, and I want to know on page 80, it's a sticking point with some of our residents, the beach access that you're listing for Pochi. Page 80? Mm-hmm. Okay. Why are we still keeping in the private access is a walkway under the Prima Deshesha storm drainage, if that is no longer in existence?
That just was a staff miss. Staff did receive that comment of clarification from Al Cullen.
So that's going to be stricken?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, to be clear, Lori, or Kathy, I apologize.
Thank you.
Is that it goes under the train tracks, so it is technically an underpass at that location.
But there's no
that's
walkway
now,
anymore.
And that's also now public. So there just needs to be some fine tuning to that, and
Okay.
we'll make sure that
I don't
gets
want someone
addressed.
looking for something that isn't there,
Yeah.
you know, like the bridge that isn't there anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
This has the old access point drawn in before it was closed.
Mine has the new one.
yeah, I have that too.
Okay.
So can we go to page, oh gosh, 100? And we're just going to go through a little bit of inventory, because this is another thing that residents are asking. You might have already changed this then. Page 100, Estrella North, it's Pochi again. Do you have that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. There.
Have you made those changes? Like one swing or one swing set? One swing doesn't have to be in there, just for an inventory?
Yeah. We need to update that as well. So.
Okay, so that, and then the numbers also don't add up. 18 on-street parking, and then on-site 10, and then there's 10 total. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then also at the very bottom, you have, on the very bottom of this, you have T Street and you have a footpath.
Yes.
Isn't that a bridge? at T Street?
Staff has received those comments and will be.
They're talking about my footpath, Kathy.
Yes, the one that you just authorized redoing. Okay, so I don't have to go through all these. The clubhouse also at Cypress Cove, you're going to get that in because you have it in a figure in the back, but not in the inventory?
These were identified as beach amenities. Those weren't in the beach, on the beach, so we didn't include it, but if the city council would like to include those, we can.
I'm just trying to be
completely up
consistent
you.
because I think on Pochi, you included the clubhouse.
We included
That's
that
why.
because it was on the beach. The clubhouses are within the community, so
Okay,
we did
I
identify it
understand
in the actual the private community what they have in there. So it is covered, but it's completely up to the city council on what they'd like to include.
Okay. I'm okay with that. I just wanted to know because it's in a figure in the back, and so I was trying to figure that out. And then the ESHA we covered. Second. Okay, page 227. The first paragraph, 60. 227. You see that paragraph? It says limited use overnight accommodations?
Yes.
I did not understand what that entire paragraph means. What are we trying to say?
That is a doozy.
What is it?
That was delivered to us by the Coastal Commission staff, related to their new
Page 227.
state
Look at it.
requirements.
You can't figure it out.
We did look at that, and it's been in a number of recent coastal land use plans that have been adopted. I think even Newport Beaches, which was adopted in around 2007, it was exactly this. So we felt that amending it would likely result in a suggested modification, but if you want us to take a crack at it, we can do that.
I'm not sure what they're trying to say. It kind of goes around and around. It's saying that any hotel, motel, or other facility that provides overnight visitor accommodations. So would a house that is currently a vacation rental apply to that?
They're not considering vacation rentals as limited use overnight accommodations at this point, because the hotels, motels are essentially a commercial use where they're seeing the vacation rentals, which they are supportive of, as more of a residential visitor serving use.
Right. Okay, so is this trying to just preserve maybe a hotel that's currently operating from being sold and taken out of the inventory? Okay. It's just really convoluted, what they're trying to say. I had a hard time.
Well, obviously, some attorney wrote that, so let's ask the city attorney to translate it into English for us, please.
Well, I think it says what it says. I will make it up.
And we're paying this guy?
No, I think it fits with hotel, motel, and other similar facility would then coordinate pretty easily with the zoning code definitions that we have, but we can make a point to make sure that those conform and suggest, at least to coastal in our transmittal, that they use what we use, and then everybody will know what we're talking about.
And then, yeah, it was just a really hard paragraph that didn't make sense. Okay, the last thing that I want to say is, one of the parts on the staff in the agenda report said that the policy on vacation rentals was removed for now. But if we pass this and we passed any regulations on it, you're going to put it back in. And so
we could do that as well as with, like Chris mentioned, the other amendment. So we would, I guess, essentially kind of bring a kind of a new amended draft to the city or the Coastal Commission staff addressing those issues.
Later on.
They're actually probably going to ask us, hey, you need to have a policy in there for that, and then we kind of just insert whatever.
Okay, so for now, if we adopt this local coastal plan, you're not automatically putting in all that language on vacation rentals back in?
No. It's proposed to be stricken, the policy associated with vacation rentals.
It just says, once the city council provides direction on the regulation of this use, the LUP will be amended to include a policy that is consistent with the new direction. And I believe we sent it to the planning commission for review, so I don't think that should be included yet.
No,
That's my-
final decision, final,
Okay.
ordinance or
Why is that
whatever.
language in here?
Which one? This
Why are
one?
we including language about vacation rentals in the local coastal plan?
It was removed, but this page says that they're going to put it back in once we do regulations.
Why?
I don't know. That's why I'm just making sure it's not being put back in.
I'm getting a sense that any zoning changes we might make require coastal commission approval on vacation rentals. I've heard that from other cities. Zoning changes, yeah, because if we're taking visitor serving uses out of the coastal zone, that triggers their interest.
I think I've heard the exact opposite from our
Yeah,
city.
I think we asked that opinion.
If I could, Mayor and
We're talking
Council.
about zoning.
I think that, changes to zoning and Title 17 regulations, we would expect to refer to coastal. Police and permitting, licensing, no. So we didn't assume that they'd be interested in the enactments that were before you tonight, but yes to what your
Absolutely,
planning
they
commission
will.
is chewing on. And that's why that placeholder language is in there, so that when you're finished with that latter process, we would forward that to coastal. That could go without saying, and we could just do it, depending on your druthers with regard to that passage.
So the components that be included in this plan would be only related to zoning?
Right, yeah, that's the spirit of it, yeah.
What I'm hearing staff say now is it's going to be silent until we come up with till we land.
Right, because we want to make it accurate based on the city's goals. And just to kind of add on to what Scott said, there's plenty of record of the Coastal Commission's being supportive of regulations on vacation rentals. They don't have an issue with that. Their issue is when you ban it all outright throughout the coastal zone.
And maybe that's where the confusion is, because the staff report does says, because the council hasn't determined how these uses will be regulated, but in your world, that's an umbrella for zoning, regulation, and enforcement.
Why does the Coastal Commission have a say on short-term rentals?
Visitor serving access.
But I think the Coastal Act, I'm not sure they actually protect vacation rentals. They do protect hotels and motels in commercial zones and visitor serving in commercial, but I'm not sure they actually have a policy to protect.
They have specific policies that protect affordable visitor accommodations, which are related to hotel uses.
Right.
And so we have policies that are developed in here. And actually, the policy we were talking about, Policy 60, is not related to your conventional hotel. That addresses timeshares and condo hotels.
Okay.
So I'm just coming back to the question, why are we including anything about that in the local coastal plan?
Well, that's what I asked. I asked for it to be removed because
Yeah,
it's not something that's protected. I don't think it's in the Coastal Act.
Well, for tonight's purposes, it's removed, and we all
Okay.
agree that's a good idea, but going forward.
Yeah, as
we
you
need to
amend the
get
zoning,
smart
if
on
that's
it.
subject to coastal jurisdiction, of course, we'd catch them up.
I just wanted to
So
clarify
that question gets answered at a future date,
I
if
would just-
applicable.
Yeah, we just remember when the report back comes to think about it in this context.
I just wanted, okay.
And excuse me, Mayor, that would be a good time to worry about this whole hotel definition too, to make sure that everything syncs up when you get done with that part of your zoning code.
I have one more question before we move on off this topic. John, I had a concern about the original draft and a lot of references made to high-rises in the coastal zone. Have those been removed?
Those coastal act policies, the references to high-rises have been removed, yes.
Great, thank you.
One last thing I just saw, I'm so sorry. Page 63, there's a reference in inventory of 350 vacation rental units. I don't know that that should be in there yet, if we've removed the other part. It's page 63. I can't believe I dropped that. See where towards the bottom it says there are 9 coastal visitor serving facilities, hotels, motels, and inns listed, as well as an estimated 350 vacation rental units. Can we remove it from the inventory until we
Absolutely.
figure this out? Okay. Thank you. That's my last one.
Lori, you got anything you want to talk about? Tim? Okay, so when you make all these changes that we've spoken about tonight, can we have a report back similar to this, the details, the changes, and not a whole new local coastal plan book, so we can work off the same book. Is that okay?
Yes, yes.
All right.
All similar to what Cheryl provided.
Yeah, a couple of sheets of paper with, page numbers on it. Perfect. Then we're all working on the same.
I can make a motion.
We've got one more issue to clear up. We want to talk about Capistrano Shores and why they're left out of this. Thought I did already, but if I haven't, all right, then I'll close the public hearing. We did, or?
We did? Okay, great. We did twice. No, it's really close.
With that, you want to address that, James? City Attorney, would you like to address that? Why we made that decision?
Sure. Yeah, the issue there was whether the Capistrano Shores properties ought to be subject to these regulations or not. There's litigation still pending between the parties about that, not so much over the provisions of this draft plan, although serious reservations and contentions and objections have been raised to that. The question before you is whether, given that risk and that opposition, you want to include the park in this plan, or as staff recommends, defer it till a later date, till those issues are worked out. In my humble opinion, the issue of contentions between the city and this draft plan and the park's worldview have diminished significantly over the course of a year. But staff's recommendation was based, I think, on a wide array of comments and reservations and criticisms that were raised at your last hearing on this. And I think that was the root of the concept about, well, let's take this out, not have that property subject to city jurisdiction until those issues could be eliminated or at least reduced. I want to speak for you, James, about the policy component underlying that, but there was a broad record of objections raised, and I think eliminating those by eliminating our assertion of jurisdiction over the property was what underlied the staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
It just feels like the closer we get, the farther we get away. So I'll read it in, though.
Okay.
It's okay. I'd like to move that we adopt staff recommendation, which is to, number one, defer certification of Capistrano Shores Mobile Home Park, which would result in all references, policies, land use maps that represent the park area to be eliminated from the land use plan. The park area would remain under the control of the Coastal Commission. Number two, approve the land use plan. Number three, adopt Resolution 1602, entitled Resolution City Council, City of San Clemente, California, approving the update to the City of San Clemente Coastal Land Use Plan. And four, direct staff to submit the land use plan to the California Coastal Commission for certification, with the Capistrano Shores Mobile Home Park excluded, with the caveat that we want to include all of the changes that were made tonight during our conversation and in coordination and in concert with staff.
All right, motion by Brown, second by Ham. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. I'd like to thank you, John, for your hard work on this very detailed and difficult subject. Thank you very much.
John, can I return all my extra binders? I think I have like 3. Okay. I couldn't carry them all tonight.
Okay. Next is public hearing to consider the draft housing element for the 2013 to 2021 state planning period.
Give us a second to get our papers.
Yeah, of course. Why? Why?
Am I missing old curve?
Thank you.
Okay, everybody set? Please proceed. Thank you.
All right, good evening, everyone. Amber Craig, project planner for the housing element. I just want to go ahead and introduce our consultant who's been working really hard with staff on this project. She's going to give a very brief presentation quickly on the housing element and some statistics on San Clemente, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions. So this is Veronica Tam.
Thank you and good evening. Again, I'm just going to make a very brief presentation and be happy to answer any questions you may have later on. We're here to talk about the housing element for the city of San Clemente. That's part of your general plan. The housing element is a required element of your general plan. It has to be submitted to the state for review for compliance with state law, and that's the only element of your general plan that has to go through that kind of rigorous review. The housing element looks at the needs in the community, not only your current housing needs, but also in the future. We also looked at the opportunities and constraints that you may have in providing housing. And lastly, the housing element sets forth the goals, policies, and programs that you would implement over the next few years. We are the housing element has some key requirements. This is paraphrasing some of the key requirements under state law. The overriding requirements of the housing element is that you must identify adequate sites with appropriate zoning and development standards to facilitate and encourage the development of a variety of housing for all income groups in your community. Recognizing that the market pretty much takes care of the above moderate income households, the housing element has a focus on low and moderate income households. We also need to address and legally where appropriate and legally possible, address governmental constraints to housing development and improvement. In the housing element, we do have to talk about environmental constraints and other constraints, including market constraints. But the state also recognizes that you have very little control over the environment or the market, so your responsibility is only to address governmental constraints. In the housing element, we also need to look at how you're going to conserve and improve the condition of existing affordable housing stock in your community. And lastly, once you have provided the housing opportunities within your community, you want to make sure that you have free, equal access to housing. We're updating the housing element right now because a housing element has to be updated on this particular schedule that's set by state law. And this particular schedule, you're on the 5th cycle of the housing element update that must be done by October 15, 2013. There is a 120-day grace period to that, and because of the city's dealing with this SB2 ordinance, you missed the deadline for updating the housing element. So originally, the housing element is an 8-year housing element. You are under specific requirement to update the housing element on a 4-year cycle, and we're doing the first 4-year right now. When you update the housing element and when you submit the housing element to the state for review, what we are trying to achieve is something called a finding of substantial compliance with state law. And that would give you legal protection to some extent in the event of a lawsuit. It would also make you eligible for funding under the state Housing and Community Development Department, and it gives you a legally adequate general plan. Here again, just some of the key components of the housing element. When we look at the housing element, we look at the needs in the community, we look at demographics, the housing trends, and we also looked at special needs groups. Under state law, the special needs groups are the elderly, the disabled, the homeless, female-headed household, large households defined as households of 5 or more members, and farm workers. Those are the key special needs groups as defined under state law. In the constraints, as I mentioned before, you need to look at governmental, market, and environmental constraints, but you're only legally obligated to mitigate governmental constraints. We also need to look at resources that you have available in facilitating and encouraging a variety of housing types in your community. The key components of that resources analysis is whether you have adequate sites to accommodate future housing in your community. And lastly, the housing element has a housing plan that has goals, policies, and programs. When we send the housing element to the state for review, there is a key component of that review that's called the regional housing needs allocation. That's how much additional housing that you need to accommodate in your community. Now, by definition, regional housing needs allocation is your share of the region's housing needs. It does not necessarily represent housing needs that's generated from within the community, but it's your share of the region's housing needs. The regional housing needs allocation is a state mandated process, and it's a planning goal. It's not a production obligation. What you need to demonstrate in the housing element is that you have, through your land use policies and development standards, the ability to accommodate that much housing should the market calls for it. But it's not a production obligation. You're not penalized if the housing production does not match the regional housing needs allocation. As I mentioned before, the regional housing needs allocation is a state mandated approach. It comes down from the State Department of Housing and Community Development. It comes up with the overall growth in the state, and then is allocated into the subregion, and the subregion allocates it to the county and to individual jurisdictions in the county. Your regional housing needs allocation for this update cycle is 581 units. The Orange County unincorporated areas has 5,272. The entire Orange County has 37,966 units, but your share of the 37,000 is 581 units within Orange County. The city of Irvine got the lion's share of the regional housing needs allocation in your county. The regional housing needs allocation is divided into income categories: very low, low, moderate, and above moderate income. And comparing this regional housing needs allocation with the previous cycle that you have, it's pretty much the same number that you have. And again, it's only a planning goal, it's not a production goal. When we do the housing element, what we have to demonstrate is, does the city have the ability to accommodate regional housing needs allocation, your 581 units? Because the regional housing needs allocation started in 2014 for this upcoming cycle, we were able, actually 2013, we were able to count some of the units that you have produced since January 1st, 2014 against your regional housing needs allocation. And Cotton's Point, you have 76 units in there that was completed in 2014. And Avenida Serra, that has 19 units that was completed in 2015. So those units you were able to credit against your regional housing needs allocation. The balance of that, we need to demonstrate that you have vacant or underutilized properties that you can accommodate that. And actually, I want to mention that you have some additional homes, single-family homes and multifamily homes that were created by the market, and those also get credits against that. Looking at all the accomplishments that you're able to do between 2014 and to date, and the sites that you have available, you have the ability to accommodate the regional housing needs allocation without having to do further rezoning or upzoning in the future.
Before we move on to the slide here, where do you come up with the numbers like multifamily units for the market? 44.
Those are probably condos, townhomes, and that you created in the last couple of years or approved in the last couple of years.
So no, in the market construction.
Right, correct.
So how do we include in our medium and high density areas that have just lower rents into this inventory?
If they're brand new buildings, well, regional housing needs allocation allows you only to count new units. We can't count existing units that you have.
What if we've never counted them as low or medium income?
Doesn't matter. It has to be permitted since January 1st, 2014 to get credit for it. And so unless we're able to demonstrate that the developer or the property owner is going to offer the rents at a low rent, we won't be able to count them as affordable housing at market. The same way with new ownership units, unless you can demonstrate the sales price at the time the units were created that they were affordable, you have to just count them as above moderate income. And the two projects we talked about, Cotton's Point and Avenida Serra, those are affordable housing projects. So we are able to get credit based on the actual affordable income levels that the projects were created. We were able, as I mentioned before, the majority of the sites that we included in the housing element are sites that have already been reviewed by the state agency, HCD, because they were sites that presented in the city's last housing or still current housing element, and the state has accepted those sites. Those sites are still available today, so we are able to reuse those sites because they continue to be available. And so the majority of the sites have already been accepted by the state under your current housing element. In updating the housing plan, the major changes that we made to the housing plan is to reflect the fact that you do not have redevelopment anymore, and so therefore the ability to facilitate some of the programs are no longer there. We also reflected some of the more everyday standard procedures. We took them out because they're not really housing programs. We want to make sure that the housing plan really reflects what you do in terms of providing housing in the community rather than standard procedures and requirements. So the housing plans is streamlined. We did add one program under the category of facilitating additional housing in the community, is to do lot consolidation incentives, because recognizing that a lot of your sites are small, a lot of their parcels are small. Nothing you can do about that because parcels were created many years ago. They're small. But recognizing that can be difficult in providing housing, we did include a program to facilitate lot consolidation so that you would be hopefully get bigger parcels created as part of that process. There's another category of housing that we talked about in the housing plan, category of housing plans we have included is to make sure that you provide equal housing opportunities. There are certain programs that we included in that, and we added one program is to monitor how your zoning code works and whether they are able to facilitate and develop a variety of housing, particularly housing for special needs groups. So we added that one program. The rest of them are existing housing programs that we have included in the housing element. The next category of housing programs really relates to maintaining existing housing in the community. We have preserving the neighborhood revitalization program is something that the city has going on. It's an ongoing program. We added the preserving of at-risk housing, and I actually want to mention that we, based on discussions with the Planning Commission, we added one more program, is to preserve housing in general, market rates affordable housing in general, and that is an additional program that we included in the housing plan. Not only housing that is currently subsidized, affordable housing, but also affordable housing that you have available in the market. That in a nutshell is your housing element. I just want to go over a couple of statistics that we included in the housing element. In terms of your population, the population has been relatively kind of stable because you don't have a lot of vacant and underutilized sites for future development, and therefore, there hasn't been a lot of growth in the community, and also because of the market too. And so the population has been the population growth has been relatively flat and is projected to be that way in the future. And because of the limited growth, your race and ethnicity composition of your population has been also relatively stable. When we looked at the housing element, when we looked at regional housing needs allocation and programs, we all talked about different income levels. They're all kind of aligned with a concept called the area median income. In Orange County for 2015, your area median income is about $87,000. A very low income household, it would be at about 50% of that area median income. Low income would be 80% of that area median income. Moderate income is considered to be 120% of that area median income, and anybody above that would be above moderate income. So when we talk about income, it's based on a median income, but it's also adjusted by household size. So this is just to give you some idea about what level we're talking about. Your Orange County area median income, as I mentioned before, is $87,200, and if you looked at the other counties, comparatively, Orange County actually had the highest income in the region. However, if you look at the housing affordability, you are the least affordable compared to LA County, San Diego County, and Riverside County. Only 21% of your households can afford a median-priced home in Orange County. And looking at it specifically for your community, if we have to look at a median-priced home, if somebody has to buy a median-priced home in San Clemente, you have to make about $200,000 in income in order to afford a median-priced home in the city. In order to afford a median price or average price one-bedroom apartment in the city, you have to make about $76,000 a year. So if you compare it to different kind of income, different kind of occupation, a lot of people would not be able to afford to own or to rent in the city. That's the reason why some of the housing element programs and policies are focused on affordable housing, because at market, most people would not be able to afford it. Now, in terms of updating the housing element, we are still trying to complete the housing element in an expedited manner, because this is the first 4 year that we are dealing with. Your second 4 year will be coming up by October 15, 2017. So we need to finish this one up very quickly in order to make this next 4 year cycle. Once you are successfully meeting 2 4-year updates on time, then you would be put back on the 8-year update cycle. In developing the housing element, we conducted 2 community workshops in September of last year. Those were very well attended meetings and very successful. Back in December, we had a meeting with the Planning Commission, and so tonight we're just reviewing the draft housing element with the City Council with you. What we are hoping to do is, after tonight's meeting with your direction, we can submit the housing element to the state to initiate the mandatory 60-day review. And with the, if we're able to submit the housing element this month, we could conclude the housing element, the HCD review, either in March or April, and then adoption by April or May of this year. And the state really would like to see at least 1 year to 18 months of implementing this housing element before they want to see the second 4 years. So that's part of the reason why we have this particular schedule. With that, I conclude my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any question you may have.
Okay, any questions?
I have one. The at-risk housing, can you explain that? I'm having trouble actually finding it.
You actually don't have anything that is considered at risk, but we have to go through that analysis and also have that particular program in the housing element. What under state law at-risk housing is defined as housing that is currently deed restricted as affordable housing for rental affordable housing for very low and low income households that are at risk of converting to market rate housing within 10 years we're looking at actually 2025. And so based on 2023. Based on that definition, you do not have any housing that is considered to be at risk of converting to market rate. But we do have to go through that process and have the program to monitor that. Yeah.
Anybody else?
I've got some comments, but...
You got no questions? No questions? Okay. With that, we'll open the public hearing. I got some speaker cards. Mike Balsamo, Dennis Etlin, Susan Whitaker, and Linda Tang, please.
While they're making their way up, I just have one quick point of information. On the dais, you do have some information added about vacation rentals in case the City Council would like to add that into the housing element. We showed you where that can go appropriately. And the second thing is that staff has been in receipt of 4 letters commenting on this. We are reviewing them, and we will comment on those letters when we submit to the state. So we just wanted to make you aware of that.
Good evening, Mayor Baker and council members. My name is Mike Balsamo. I'm with the Building Industry Association. We represent over 1,000 member companies, over 100,000 employees involved in the business of home building here in Orange County. And our mission is to champion housing as the foundation of vibrant and sustainable communities. On a personal level, I live in South Orange County in Aliso Viejo, and my mother is a 15-year resident of San Clemente, so I visit town a lot and very familiar with your community. Want to congratulate your staff on getting to this point this evening. It's a very tough task putting together these housing elements. And the consultant here this evening spoke directly to the issue of affordability in our county, and I'll just give you a few more stats. You know, our median priced home now is over $600,000 in Orange County. We're second in the state only to the Bay Area in terms of our housing costs or our lack of affordability in this county. So it's critical that we find ways to meet that need. Our membership is made up of market rate builders, but also builders that specialize in the subsidized end of the market. So we're also expecting another 430,000 people to come to Orange County in the next 20 years. That's according to SCAG. There are two sites that we didn't see in your inventory of opportunity sites here in the city, and there's only maybe 5 or 6 inventoried sites for a city of 68,000 people. It's not very many. 2 of those, one is the City Hall site, another was a golf course. But 2 that weren't there were some vacant and underutilized city-owned property that's on the inland side of 5, one at La Pata and Hermosa, the other at Calle Extremo. We are aware that at one point those were considered possibly for low-income housing. So we're asking the question this evening if those can be added to the list for potential future consideration for affordable housing. And then I think looking more broadly, and it may not be relevant to the specific housing element, but to your long-term planning, encourage the city to have a little bit more of an ambitious vision about what can happen here. We realize that you're a village by the sea, you're quaint, you want to keep things largely as they are, but the pressure of growth is going to continue. Most of the growth is happening in Irvine and in North Orange County. Very little happening down here. Population pressure will continue. Look at your retail centers. Look at vacant and underutilized commercial industrial property throughout town for consideration. I think long-term the trends are that retail is shrinking. More online sales are happening. Big box retailers are consolidating. This is all happening presently. I think it's hard to see in the long run what might happen, but you certainly have some retail in this city and other properties that are becoming obsolete over time. So we would consider that you should look at new opportunities for housing and do it your way. Do it the San Clemente way. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis Atlin?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Dennis Etlin. I submitted a letter to the council with some fairly detailed suggestions and recommendations. Basically, I'd like to recommend that you not approve the housing element tonight. SB 2 requires that the plan be feasible. There's very little, if anything, in that plan that really is feasible in terms of providing housing for especially the homeless. Churches are mentioned many times in there, and yet the logistics for a church to provide just 10 beds in a very safe manner, both for the clients and also retaining the safety in the church area and church members, is very difficult, and that the feasibility of being able to do that really requires that you demonstrate that it really can be done. Personally, I believe that it is feasible, but only with a true public-private partnership where the nonprofits are greatly supported in that effort, along with the city providing a great deal of encouragement in the area of police and law enforcement support, and also in terms of code enforcement. No church is going to open themselves up to increased code enforcement and improvements to their facility that might be required if they were to change or make additions and changes to their facilities. So again, I'd just like to close by requesting that you reject the housing element until the feasibility of the affordable sites, the feasibility of the homeless sites are demonstrated, and I would hope that that feasibility could be demonstrated by cooperating and working with the organizations that have expressed an interest in that issue to get something like 50 beds in place by December of 2016 so that you can demonstrate that the church option in this plan is truly feasible and demonstrate to the state that thereby your housing element is feasible. Thank you very much.
Sir, are you part of one of those groups?
I'm a parishioner at one of the churches in Dana Point, and they did have some, for a couple of months, they were letting homeless people sleep in the corridors. They had very little control over what was going on, no management plan. It was very low-key operation, probably could have been done much better.
Do you live in San Clemente or Dana Point?
I live in San Juan Capistrano.
San Juan Capistrano.
Right.
Okay. Well, the County of Orange is doing a lot of stuff for the homeless issues.
Right. I'm well aware of what's going on up in Anaheim.
Well, there are other things in the County of Orange doesn't also, it also includes San Juan Capistrano, Dana Point, San Clemente. And the city of San Clemente has done a tremendous amount of stuff for housing for low-income folks. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Susan Whitaker.
Good evening, Mayor Baker and City Council members. I'm Susan Whitaker, and I'm here representing the Emergency Shelter Coalition. The Emergency Shelter Coalition has submitted a letter from Edmund Connor of Connor, Fletcher, and Hennicamp to the City Council and City Clerk dated February 1st, 2016. I request that this letter be entered into the public record for the housing element update. I'm not here to repeat the information that you have already reviewed in the letter. I do want to say that I am in agreement of the previous speaker. In summary of the letter that was submitted, the housing element that's before you tonight is inadequate because it does not comply with the mandatory requirements of SB 2 Government Code Section 65583 to identify adequate sites for emergency shelters that have sufficient capacity to accommodate the city's need for the identified homeless population or facilitate and encourage the development of emergency shelters within the city. Therefore, we request that the city not adopt this housing element update or send it on to the state until it fully complies with the requirements of SB 2. Thank you very much.
Linda Tang.
Oh, I have a question, ma'am. I tried to go online and learn about your coalition. Can you tell us about your coalition? How large is it, and how we can get more information and your role?
Well, the Emergency Shelter Coalition is made up of, well, actually, it's made up of several law firms within Orange County that has currently filed a lawsuit against the city of San Clemente, and I'm sure that your city attorney can tell you more about.
Are you a lawyer?
No, I'm an urban planner.
Are you the executive director of the coalition?
No. I'm just one of the people that are involved in the coalition.
Okay, thank you. And you don't have a website I could find, and I couldn't find any
No.
501c3 status or anything like that?
No, it's not a nonprofit.
So you're not what are you?
I'm not sure exactly.
How long have you been in existence?
I am a member of it, but I'm not sure if I can answer your questions adequately.
Thank you.
Okay.
So you're not a 501c3?
Not that I'm aware of. There.
Are you a for-profit corporation?
No. So let me back up. So I'm obviously not prepared to answer that question. I believe that, to be clear, I believe that that it is a nonprofit. So I think it is a C5, whatever that is. But I really am not prepared to answer this question.
Tell me, have you guys also have you also appeared before San Juan and Dana Point as well?
I can't answer that question.
Are you
Because
planning on?
I'm not aware of the answer to that question.
Okay, are you planning on addressing their housing elements as well and the deficiencies in those?
I don't have that information.
Thank you.
Linda Tang.
Good evening, council members. My name is Linda Tang, and I'm here on behalf of the Kennedy Commission. We advocate for the development of homes that are affordable to lower-income families throughout the county. And I'm here to submit written comments and to commend the city's leadership in supporting affordable homes in the city. The city recently completed 2 very beautiful developments, Las Palmas and Cottons Point, and we're really excited that that's in the city because it will both provide much-needed housing for lower-income seniors and families. As the city moves forward with updating your housing element, we urge you to continue your support for affordable homes and incorporate some of our recommendations. One of them being that, prior to this meeting, there were 2 community workshops, and earlier Veronica said that it was well attended and very successful. So we just were hoping that maybe the city can hold an additional workshop with the community members to address comments and recommendations that were made for the housing element. We believe that good decisions and plans can be made that reflect community concerns. Also, I think in the last housing element, an ad hoc committee was made, so it would be great to see that happen again for this planning period. The city should also reevaluate sites identified in the residential sites inventory. The sites are very small and will only produce a handful of units. Of the 32 identified sites, only 4 sites will allow a development capacity of more than 10 units. When you account for lot consolidation, only 2 consolidated sites yield development capacity of 18 units and 35 units. But that really entails a developer consolidating at least 5 sites or 6 sites, and that could be really costly, especially for an affordable housing developer. Given that the majority of the identified sites are inadequate and not realistic, the city should include city-owned surplus sites as potential sites for the development of affordable homes. And these are the sites that I think earlier Mr. Balsamo was brought up earlier during his comments. With the lack of funding sources and the loss of redevelopment, we believe that these city-owned sites present the best opportunity for an affordable housing developer to come in and build it, and also leverage additional funding to make it affordable. So we thank you for your time, and we look forward to continue our partnership with the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Whitaker, one other question. Are you a planning commissioner in Dana Point?
I'm a former planning commissioner of Dana Point.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, let's have, what's that?
I got some questions for staff.
We have one more card.
One more card.
Is this
Great.
public? Is this a public hearing, isn't it?
Your little universe.
You are.
You are.
San Clemente.
Hi. Hi, I just wanted to address the second page of the housing element update in regards to the very last point, which is the update of the city's overall housing inventory and affordable housing stock, which is diminished due to factors such as demand exceeding supply, market conditions, and short-term vacation rentals. And somehow I seem to be advocating vacation rentals, but for good reason. But what I don't understand is why that's in there. And there's another spot where short-term vacation rentals talked about in a negative way as depleting the affordable housing, when the report was pretty clear about the properties that actually are for low and very low income factors. So I'm confused as to why this would be, even if we were converting existing multifamily properties, which happens at 103 properties, which is 0.4% of all the dwelling units in San Clemente, hardly significant. I'm wondering why this is being included in here when almost all those units are already moderate or above moderate. These are non-condo multifamily that I'm talking about. So I'm confused as to why this is in here, and I think it should be taken out because I think it's inappropriate for this report. So.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? No? Okay. Just the housing. Okay. Then I'll close the public hearing, and we've got some questions for the
Hey, Amber.
housing element here.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
So you provide us with item 7B housing element update here. So are you asking, is this like a menu we get to choose from, or is this you're including all of it? What?
No, what it is just edits to that. So anything that we've added is just underlining, and it is just identifying vacation rentals.
I actually asked for these things.
Okay.
And it was based on conversations with other cities in terms of how they're dealing with vacation rental by owner. And to answer the person that just spoke, it's not about affordability, it's about rental housing stock. And so, for example, someone in the Pier Bowl called me. They're a journalist, and they had been paying $1,900 a month for the last 9 years. They're being evicted, and their long-term rental unit is now being turned into a VRBO at $1,900 a week. And so there's an affordability piece there, and there's also, we lose workforce housing. And I keep going back to the North Star of the general plan, which is San Clemente people want to work and live in the same town. So these were things that Cecilia helped respond to my questions.
So let me jump off those points because Lori.
Do you want to know where they fit, or are you?
No, I'm fine with where they fit. And I just want to comment to the point of the person that lives in the Pier Bowl, because I'm an exact example of that exact thing happened to me. I worked in town, I lived in town, and I was below the 76,000 median income point, and I was evicted from my property, and it's now a vacation rental. So I'm an example of exactly that. The only concern I have with this is in the paragraph 1 before the underlined, it says which are only seasonally occupied. I would request that be stricken from the from this.
This is on page 7B. The first amendment is on page 7B-3, and it's 2.4.2B.
So I'd strike that we remove which are only seasonally occupied, and then the rest of it I'm totally comfortable with. So I think it was a great addition, Lori. Thanks for asking for this inclusion.
I think the points are good. I think seasonally occupied doesn't really apply. They're year-round.
And the other issue I had, which it's not a big one, is the number. I don't know why we're estimating it, because I think we had staff told us an exact number this evening, so we can just leave the estimated number out. So.
Well, I think the numbers have to be in there. I think that's part of the RENA process.
So let's get, because I think this evening staff told us it was 500, so.
We can update it. At the time, that was the best information we had available to us, so we're happy to update it.
So is everybody comfortable with striking the which are only seasonally occupied and more accurately identifying the number?
And that's on page 31. And then the second one is on page 96.
Opposition? Then staff has direction?
And those
Perfect.
two changes?
Great.
Those are good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's good. They were great points.
Okay.
There's lots of reports out there that losing the housing to vacation rentals is bumping up the rents and causing people to not be able to afford. They're artificially going up.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is a good addition to the housing element for affordable housing concerns.
The other addition that I wanted to ask for was, hold on, there's like too much paper tonight. Okay, bear with me. Okay, there's one housekeeping thing on page 56. You refer to an item coming to City Council on November 17th, 2015, so that needs to be cleaned up. On page 49, you've got the public housing affordable units, and based on the last, second to last speaker talking about how great it is that we have Cotton's Point and we have Las Palmas coming on, I was going to propose that you put the dates into that table.
I think that's a
Because
great
I
idea.
think it shows that we are moving forward with purpose in solving our affordable housing requirements. So just putting in the years that the things are happening, because our report card, we have a steady progress report, and we should make sure it's institutionalized. And then I had a question. Two people talked about the La Pata property and Extremo property. Is it our intention that they would be available for low-income housing or strictly for our SB2 requirements? And I wanted to hear from the expert.
Yeah, I would turn that over to Scott because it's in regard to the surplus property letter.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, for the heads up, I was just going through the last red line of last thing. Yeah, there are two different processes that you've mentioned. One is this process where we're certifying the housing element and land available. Regardless of what you do here, state law identifies certain agencies and providers who are always presumed to be short on land. They are school districts, park providers, and developers of housing, whether they're public or private. So every time the city has surplus property and chooses to surplus it, regardless of the zoning and land use designation of that property, it has to provide notice of that surplus status to all those agencies. So it's two separate processes. Obviously, under property that's surplus and that's appropriately designated for housing is easily converted to housing if the person receiving that notice wants to develop it. Not so easy if it's not so designated in the general plan and the zoning ordinance. So thanks for asking. It's a good question. I think it came up from the public earlier in the week.
And then my final comment, in the staff report, it talks about the additions that the Planning Commission made. And since we have our chair here, I just wanted to say I thought those were very substantially positive improvements. And I thank you for those added values. And thank you to all of you in the front row that were involved in this document.
I want to thank staff, too, for getting the housing element done. Perhaps the most surreal moment of an already surreal night is that we have a former planning commissioner from Dana Point who has come to represent a resident of San Juan Capistrano who is suing us with a series of law firms not based in San Clemente over our housing element in San Clemente. I want our residents in San Juan and Dana Point to know that we mimicked your city's SB2 ordinance. This is your city's ideas. So if you have concerns, your cities can also be addressing those. This is very important to me because we are spending money defending a lawsuit over SB2 in our city while Dana Point and San Juan, whose ordinances we mimicked, sit there and have their residents come tell us how we should be doing our business.
And we're also being sued for not doing a housing element, which is what we're attempting to do at this point.
So it's a surreal moment. I'm going to get that off my chest, but there are other cities in Orange County who could also provide these services. Unbelievable enough. So I got to say that. I got it off my chest. I apologize.
I'd like to hear from the consultant about the SB2 comments that have been made tonight.
What state law really says is every jurisdiction must have a zone where you allow emergency shelters by right, and it must have enough capacity to accommodate at least one shelter, but adequate for your unsheltered homeless needs in your community. Now, exactly how each jurisdiction does it, everybody does it differently, but based on my experience with the state, usually we just have to demonstrate that there is a zone, that there are properties, and these properties are available. And whether that actually becomes a shelter or not, that's not necessarily the concern of the that's not a requirement of the state law, because most jurisdictions would have in a privately held zone, the properties would be in, I would say a lot of the zones would be in a commercial zone, or it would be in a light industrial zones. And so as long as you can demonstrate that they're vacant or underutilized properties that can be repurposed into a shelter, that's the requirement in the housing element. So far, most of the housing elements, if you go and take a survey, the majority would be in the commercial or light industrial zones. Sometimes, very rarely, would they be in the residential zone. Some cities would use the public facility zones as well. So you're probably in line with what most jurisdictions do. And also, very rarely would the state actually require a listing of parcels. So that may be something that they may request, but we will just have to see. But I would say more than the majority of the time, more than 70 or 80% of the time, that specific listing is not required.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
With prejudice, I move that we adopt, no, I'm kidding, that's terrible. I move that we adopt resolution number 1605, entitled Resolution City Council, City of San Clemente, California, approving the draft housing element for 2013 to 2021 for submittal to the State Department for Housing and Community Development for its initial review.
Second. Yes, with the additions as discussed this evening. You got him? Yeah.
Motion by Brown, second by Donchak. All in favor? Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Joanne. Thank you for this excellent work on the housing element. Denise, Veronica, thank you.
Next is a report from the Public Works Director, City Engineer, concerning the possibility of supporting H.R. 3643, Interim Consolidated Storage Act of 2015.
Yeah, do we need a report?
This is an important item. So we all know about the situation with Songs' decommissioning and the fact that we have a repository of waste currently on site for all the fuel that was, most of the fuel that was developed there. One of the challenges that we have currently in federal law is that the search remains for a permanent repository, one that will be able to be where it would be moved and housed in either a deep geologic reserve or something like that, which is what Yucca Mountain was intended to be. Since that option's been off the table, the federal government has really struggled with providing anything to the plants that need to send that fuel there, and so much so that it continues to be mired in politics. And so this bill that's been introduced by Congressman Issa locally, and it's co-sponsored, is one that allows for an interim storage procedure. And all that's being asked tonight is that we support a resolution in support of H.R. 3643 that allows that spent nuclear fuel to be relocated to an interim spot until that repository can be found. It really is, it has to be done on a federal level, and this is a very common sense approach to that. I'm betting that what's going to be is a more for-profit repository, so they get paid to take this on site. The federal government pays that bill for them to hold it until a permanent repository can be found. But ultimately, if it's private, if it's public, it doesn't matter to us. But this bill allows for that to be moved, and we all know that the waste is not appropriate for storage here long term. So that's why Lori also was going to advocate for this. I thought it was a great idea, and usually when we contemplate these things, this is the one item that has zero contention associated. We all want it gone, and this is a step towards accomplishing that.
And if I could add to that, you'll see on the dais a list of who, if the resolution passes as proposed or in some modified form, who would receive it. And these are the, Oceanside was the first city in Southern California to pass this resolution. And so they're recommending this as the mailing list, so that would be another part of the motion. But this is who receives it.
Let's start reading.
Okay, I move that we adopt resolution number 16-04 entitled Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California in support of H.R. 3643, the Interim Consolidated Storage Act of 2015.
I'll second that motion.
Motion by Ham, second by Brown, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
And on a related note, I have an opportunity, and I've talked to Tim a little bit about this, to go to Sacramento next Wednesday, if it's my colleague's pleasure, to speak on the Integrated Energy Policy Report, which is a biannual report that assesses trends and issues facing the state. And there are some, it's very Diablo Canyon focused, and there's a feeling that if we can get a delegation from Southern California up there, we can get songs built into the report. So I'm asking if you're all fine, if there's consensus.
I'm supportive of it.
Yeah. The other thing that we hope to accomplish is, at least as of this morning, Senator Marty Block is introducing legislation to extend the emergency preparedness funding to local agencies such as songs. And right now, his language is only about Diablo Canyon. And so the idea would be to have more of a state view rather than a system view on that. And we've got 4 potential meetings with committee members, and that is an extension of AB 361, which was approved by the governor in October. So are you guys fine with me going up?
I'm good with everything. I haven't read in detail AB 361, so I don't know if I'm going to support you.
AB 361 is basically the assembly version of what I just said, extending emergency funding beyond the current, Tim's the authority on this, but the current program, they have volunteered to extend emergency funding through the pool phase, but once the dry cask storage phase starts, it's less certain.
It's about 10 years out, and then they'll say we'll revisit at that point.
And I'd also like to say this is Tim's issue, but I'm going because he's not able to go on Wednesday, but this is his wheelhouse.
No free time, Tim.
Me? Oh, I got tons. I'm just hanging out in Sacramento, but I didn't want to go to meetings, so I'm just going to, I'm looking for Red Fox up there.
Okay.
So.
Find it, let me know.
Moving right along.
I have a point of order here, Mayor. The next one is the item B, the review of requirements placed short-term lodging units ordinance. I move that we push that one to the back of the meeting so we can finish the meeting with Councilmember Brown here. And then
No, you can't take delivery?
No,
I
can't.
So
I'm out.
We push that to the end of the meeting, and we'll just continue.
I was only going to provide feedback on the dates real quick.
All right.
Well, I know. So if I get support for that, I just made a motion.
To move the date, I was.
So he can't
This is
talk
going to
about-
take 1 minute.
No,
I have to recuse
we still have
myself.
to talk about the other issues that we didn't officially vote on either. So let's just consolidate those two at the end of the meeting.
So I'll tell you what, let me just speak my piece on this. I say we cancel the 16th of August, I say we cancel the first meeting of January, and then schedule the commission meetings at your leisure.
16th of August.
Whoa.
I wasn't there yet.
Okay, so yeah.
Wait.
So are we confirming that we're doing this just to be clear?
Let's
for
just,
point of
yeah,
order?
let's just do that. Yeah,
Okay,
we'll do
so
that.
motion
And let's
by
move
me,
on to,
supported by everybody.
yes, we'll move on to 11A1.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item
Appreciate
11A1.
that.
I will be missing the council meeting of July 19th, so if we're, last year we did July as the dark date.
Did we?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did. So I went ahead and made plans based on that. So it doesn't matter if I'm here or not, but I will not be here Tuesday, July 19th.
My hope and prayer is that I will be in Rio,
Just for
watching my brother.
just for being
in the Olympics.
fair, let me write down what Tim said, and then I'll write down what you said, so I can be. Because now I got too many dates floating around. So Tim, what were your points?
My date was the 16th of August.
You're recommending
That we cancel that date. That's the middle of the Summer Olympics.
Okay.
And then also that we cancel that first meeting in January. And I don't care.
Okay.
Why the first meeting in January?
That was one of the recommendations from staff because it's on the 3rd.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Well, why don't we
And
cancel
then-
July 16th, or July 19th and August 16th?
I'm comfortable with that. Yeah.
2 cancellations?
Yeah.
Hold on one second.
Yes.
Can we just cancel between August and December? Would that be? No,
We
I
could
couldn't.
cancel those two and then pick up a joint meeting.
I'm entirely good with. So, but back to my point, Laura. Your date was July 16th.
Right, and I'm going, so, but you guys.
July 19th. July 19th.
Correct. Tuesday, July 19th, but I'm confident you can carry on without me.
I'm comfortable with canceling too in the summertime. Taking a.
We can make that work. Things slow down
Yeah.
with staff,
vacations and everything, and
Exactly.
so that could be done. But it's
It's a public perception type thing.
But if we pick up a joint meeting,
Is the public going to perceive that the $420 a month we're being paid is too much for the 6 weeks we're going to get off in August?
I
Is
don't
that what
think-
you're implying?
I don't think we need.
That's what I'm implying.
I mean, we're going to be canceling 3 meetings in a 6-month period of time, January 3rd, August, and...
I'm entirely comfortable with...
Have we ever done that?
No.
I don't think so. I don't know. 3 is a lot.
State and federal Congress...
And we'll not
Sure,
carve,
they are
and we'll
dealing
not
with much more
carve,
important issues.
we'll carve it in sandstone so that if we need to erase and there's some pressing issues, we'll put the meeting back on the schedule.
either one of them, yeah.
There we go. That works for
Well,
me.
in
I like
all
that.
seriousness, if we're going to add a meeting, which is this joint session,
Before, Lori, I don't want to jump ahead of you, but I want to get consensus for the January 1st one as well, because I think that's a fantastic idea.
yeah, fine.
Okay, great. Perfect. That was easy.
But when were you thinking of the joint one, Joanne?
Well, the dates that we have 5 Tuesdays in the month are March 29th, May 31st.
Hold on.
It's right there in the first paragraph.
329. Hey, just relax. Okay.
May 31st, August 30th, and the golf course is available those days too.
What was the May one?
I think with budget season and everything, I think that's a little bit difficult to do.
Oh, and it's right by Memorial Day?
Right.
So no May 31. So that gives us
August 30?
8:30.
Because then we
August.
have 2 meetings in August,
There you go.
But it's going to bump up against Labor Day.
but not much.
March 29th. Get her done.
Wait, what?
March 29th.
August 30th
Oh,
or
I'm
November
not
date
here
are
March
good.
29th.
August 30th or the November
I'm
date.
good with
are
August 30th, if everybody's good with that. You oppose that?
I like August 30th, because then we have 2 meetings in August. Just, are you back from your trip by then?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that should be fine. I think the Olympics ends on the 26th. Or that week.
You're not going to bring back the Zika virus.
I already asked him.
Bring
To
back-
be especially careful
Bring
with
back the
that.
gold.
Not
Don't bring
touch
back
it.
any flowers. Gold would
When
be
does
good.
school start next?
Okay,
15th.
So the 30th is good.
we move rather quickly through that, the first 2. So just to be clear, we're canceling the July 19th and the August 2nd. Someone said August 16th.
August 16th.
That's
So-
the middle meeting.
And
Yeah.
then we're scheduling the 30th.
So August 2nd and August 30th are the 2 meetings in August.
We're not canceling July 19th.
Yeah, we are.
No, we are.
We are?
Yeah.
Going to 19th, August 16th.
Oh, so we're not even taking a full break. We're taking...
January
Oh,
3rd.
yeah, okay. That works. Yeah,
Okay.
that works.
First meeting of August.
I would love to cancel that first meeting in August if anybody else is in support of that. No? No support for that?
Okay, so do we need?
Yeah, if you put the July one back in.
Put the July and cancel August?
No. We can't take that much time off.
I'll put the July in and then cancel August?
I know, but that's going to be a full 6 weeks. Actually, more than that. 7 weeks almost.
That'd be 1, 2, 3. It'd be 3 weeks.
No.
4 weeks.
Okay, let's move on. It's getting to be 11 o'clock.
Yeah. That's it. Those 2
We're,
meetings are
we're
good.
working on dates here.
Those 2 meetings are good. I think the last meeting in July, the last meeting in August, and then we just keep with the other ones. It's just alternating.
Okay.
We're good. We're good.
Okay? So-
And the January 3rd.
And January 3rd is
Notes for JG's?
Okay, we got the dates down, Joanne?
Got them.
Okay?
Okay, city manager? City attorney?
No, nothing more tonight, thanks.
Council members?
Got some slides for me to show? Anybody want to talk?
I was going to bring up the lighting that was donated to the dog park up off La Plata, and I forgot to email it to you, so I apologize for that. But we did have some cool pictures that I was going to put up, but I just got sidetracked this evening. So I just wanted to say a big thank you to the folks that donated those. And
Is that South
they're gonna be
Coast
utilized.
Lighting? I'm trying to
think so.
remember. Fabricante.
The last poll? The
Great
last
addition.
poll ceremony? Oh, okay.
Okay, let's go. Let's go with the 2 substitutes.
Okay, next meeting. Sorry. I thought I sent you those. Maybe I didn't. Okay. Okay, anybody else want to talk about anything? Lori, you want to talk about
Now we
anything?
get going on the 2 things of substance, because we've got 3 minutes left.
One item I will say is that a local group, you may have heard of it, SC Peer is the San Clemente Parents for Improving Educational Responsibility, is what's taking on the school district separation question. And so they've put up a Facebook page as well as a web page. And so for those that are interested in that, I know the city initiated this inquiry and have since stepped away from it. But for those that are interested, residents are interested, you can find it on SC Peer on Facebook and on the web. Just navigate there and you can learn more about it.
Okay.
Okay. So the next item is the second reading of Ordinance 1616, Community Los Meros Medical Zones.
I got this one. I move that we adopt ordinance number 1616 entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California to adopt zoning amendment 15-428 and specific plan amendment 15-449 to 15-452 Community de los Mares Medical Zones, a city-initiated request to amend the zoning ordinance and zoning map to create a regional medical facility zone applied to the 6.6 acre property located at 654 Community de los Mares, amend the community commercial zone's use and development standards, create a community commercial 4 zone applied to a portion of the properties along Community de los Mares, and add and revise multiple medical-related uses and definitions of the zoning ordinance in the Forster Ranch, Rancho San Clemente, Talega, and West Pico corridor specific plans.
Moved by Ham, second by Brown. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
The next item I will be recusing myself because of 2 items, excuse me. The next 2 items I will be recusing myself because my wife is employed in the real estate industry, which again may have a tangential effect or some effect on the on her employment. So I'll recuse myself. Thank you, council, for moving those up, and have a good night.
You want to, you go.
So which did you want to do first? Did you want?
Yeah, let's do this one right here.
Okay.
Is this the same thing as
Yeah, this is it. I just wanted to show what was deleted, James, not just what was added.
Is that the track? Okay, so I need
Yeah.
Do you need a red line version?
Put this back so people.
Okay, so to be clear, the red lines here are things that have been changed since 2 hours ago.
Yeah, and
Okay.
we were working.
Give us a second to peruse then.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, we were working off attachment 2 to the supplemental staff report attached to Cecilia's memo.
What page is the business about the freeze?
I beg your pardon? The highlighted portion is the only new portion, and that's the Mayor, if I could, just on page 12, Joanne called to my attention, close of business today was 5:30. So it says they would have, it's 5:30 instead of 5 o'clock. That would grandfather you under the old rules.
Okay. Constructive business license.
Just as a point of clarification, because it's bothered me now 3 times, on page 18, and I was going to let it go, where we talk about alcohol, public drunkenness.
But can you give more clarity on where you're at?
I'm on page 19.
19.
There you go.
And it's got this unruly conduct list, and I'm wondering about how to think about substance abuse besides alcohol.
Let me share your concerns, because I emailed the same concerns. And
You did, and what answer did you get?
The answer I got was that public drunkenness encompasses all those.
Oh, so even though it sounds like it's alcohol, it's really any altered?
Because I have the exact same
Okay.
concern you have.
Okay.
And so
This is carryover language
Yeah.
from before, yeah. But that's how it's defined in the master provisions.
This brings up a lot of stuff. Job staff getting this to us in a timely fashion.
Kitchen cabinet.
I'm pleased with the way this turned out. I think staff did a fantastic job in the short period of time they had. So I'm going to support this.
Lori, based on D, that it's added the cap, and the fact that it encompasses over 500 permits, could you support that so we'd have a unanimous vote?
In fact, once you've made your motion, I'm going to make a statement about why I can't, and it just devastates me that has to be a deal breaker. So.
Okay.
We couldn't bifurcate.
Just hang on a second. I got to do a little more. Okay, I got a question for staff, or maybe you, Scott. Why do we take out roommate rentals? Why do we take that whole paragraph out of there? Page 18.
What section?
Section 5, right at the top of the page where it says roommate rentals. I get that we exempted them from the business license part of it. Is that why we took that out completely? We're not even mentioning roommate rentals? I understand that, but is that why we're also not going to mention roommate rentals?
That's correct. We, when we were requiring initially business licenses for short-term lodging units, we didn't want to penalize somebody that had a roommate and require them to get a business license just to have a roommate. So that roommate provision was in there, but now that we're eliminating business licenses, we don't need the roommate provision.
Okay, are there any other references to roommates in here?
No.
There are not?
No.
Okay.
Mayor, while you're on that, I wanted to clarify, roommate rentals are subject to the STLU licensing, or was our intention not to have them? No, they're not subject to otherwise. Okay. All right. Is that, Mayor, do you mind if we just clarify that, because that was something that...
With the understanding that...
Please to the microphone.
Todd Lushman, my colleague who's been working on this.
I think the understanding would be that the roommate arrangement would be at least a month-to-month, and not a day-to-day or a week-to-week.
I understand. Okay, that's the intent and the letter of what we're doing here. If you have a roommate rental or a room rental that's month-to-month at least, then it's not short-term. If it's week-to-week or day-to-day, then you're going to be under these regulations. And the same is true with home exchange.
Yeah. Right, if it's day-to-day or week-to-week. My new roommate.
And if I could just add a clarification, the roommate rental exclusion from business license is a leftover from a previous version of the ordinance when we were requiring every rental less than 3 units to get a business license. Right now, if you have a rental and you're 3 or more units, you need a business license. So we're just cleaning it all up. So sorry for the confusion.
In this, the meeting has been so convoluted, we've had so many different things go on. I've got one more card to cover, so let's take some time right here and hear from Paul Dashkowitz, please.
On this guy.
Yes.
He's been here all night.
it's been a long night for everybody. You do? Okay, no problem. Mayor Baker and Council. I'm Paul Dashkowitz. I've been a resident here in San Clemente for 15 years. My wife has been here for 20 years. And what I wanted to address was the vacation rental, or as we know, the short-term leasing units. And so we have had several instances with a vacation rental that's nearby where we've had issues with that. Our neighbor has had issues with that vacation rental. And we have noticed that with this vacation rental, we have only one recourse, and it's usually after the fact recourse when there's something that happens. We don't have anything before the incident occurs, and there's no way, given the current ordinance right now, that any resident nearby a vacation rental has any before the fact input into whether that vacation rental is allowed within the neighborhood. So generally speaking, most homeowner associations have a clause in their agreements that if there's a structure being placed on a homeowner's property, that the residents nearby have to agree in writing that that structure or building or activity is okay with those adjoining neighbors. So I'm proposing that in the agreement as it stands now, there's a 300-foot advisory for vacation rentals that goes out to everybody, and they have to be notified. My proposal is that all the residents within that 300-foot radius also have the power to approve or disapprove of that vacation rental being right next door to them. So to me, it gives a sense of fairness to both the vacation rental owner and also the people who reside nearby. So that's where I'm at. I support putting this on the November ballot. I think it's a good idea. I know it's a very difficult ordinance that you all have struggled through with, and I appreciate you taking your time in doing that. And so that's my input into it. And that's where I stand.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Can we have staff answer his question, though? Because I think the purpose of sending you a notice within 300 feet is so you can comment. Is that correct? That's why we'd be sending out the notices?
We sent out the 300 notices to make people aware of the conversation that the council was having and the conversation that the planning commission is having at their level in regards to the zoning issue.
Okay, I thought in here when someone took out an STLU.
We're talking about three different things now. Before you guys get way off track, let me just clarify.
No, I thought
the
he was
gentleman here
asking-
wants the ability of the people within a 300-foot radius to say no to the STLU before it's even permitted. James is talking about the 300-foot radius.
Yeah,
that
he's
the
talking about
postcards
something
about.
different.
You're talking about the 300-foot radius that you'll be notified once it gets their permit approved.
No, I'm asking the question from staff. I thought it was in here that when an STLU permit was applied for, they notified.
Yeah, they have notice, but not veto.
But they don't get the ability to
They
veto.
receive notice, but not veto power over the neighbor's
So
application.
what is the purpose of noticing them?
They can show up and give testimony, but I like that we've reserved the discretion ultimately to the city because we don't know exactly what the motives of that veto might be if it's delegated to the
They have to give
neighbor.
an emergency contact number and all these other
Yeah.
things so that the neighbor has remedies.
Right, but the person does have some input.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's the purpose of noticing you when someone pulls out they
Input,
ask
but
for
very
this.
clear that it's not veto powers.
You're right, but it's just notification that they are
Yes.
engaging in that
And
activity.
you're able to.
But I have no power over it whatsoever. And even
Thank you.
within the
Thank you.
ordinance,
We got it.
Okay, thank
We
you.
got it. Thanks.
Before I move this ordinance, we don't have an ordinance number on this draft, so what do you want to call this?
It's 1617.
16-17? Okay. So with that, I move that we adopt ordinance number 16-17, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending San Clemente Municipal Code Section 1.16.030 regarding violations of state, federal law, Chapter 3.24, Articles 1 and 3 regarding short-term lodgings, Section 8.48.040 regarding general noise regulations, and Section 9.16.010 regarding loud and unruly gatherings, and adding Chapter 9.20 regarding repeat nuisance service call fee.
I'll second that. Moved by Ham, second by Baker, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yeah, and I want to explain why I'm voting no. I enthusiastically support the common sense rules that were set out in the ordinance, and I believe it's important to give staff the tools they need to enforce these rules. I'm hoping that as part of that motion, we could have talked about what was happening with Planning Commission and staff next, but we didn't. I'm confident that we'll all see benefits in our neighborhoods based on these common sense.
Hold on, Lori.
Please don't interrupt me.
No, you interrupted me twice this evening.
Stop it. And apologize.
No, I'm not going to apologize to you. You know, you had an opportunity to speak this entire evening about zoning and the issues you just brought up, and you're going to wait till after the vote to do that, and you asked me to apologize?
Chris, please continue.
Okay, so I won't be voting yes tonight because of the freeze that was proposed tonight. I think it's unnecessary. I think it introduces anxiety into the lives of good people in San Clemente that is not productive. And I think that it frames the issue in a negative and narrow light and will affect how our Planning Commission goes forward in their deliberations. I'm also deeply disappointed that in terms of civil engagement that my colleagues couldn't see a way to split this into two different motions so that I could participate in what I think is good for the community, which is the common sense rules. And I look forward to working with decorum going forward.
I would say that applies to everyone.
Thank you.
And my final comment is for anybody reporting on this, it's a council majority. It is not the council that is approving tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next item is a report from the Community Development Director concerning the possibility of placing the short-term lodging unit ordinance on the November 8, 2016 ballot.
The council requested a timeline and cost estimate on placing an item on the ballot. Staff has prepared that for you with the various dates that the city clerk feels is in the best interest to move something forward in time for the November ballot. Whether it had to do with STLUs or other items that the council may wish to put on the ballot, the dates and costs are the same. So as we mentioned earlier tonight, Councilmember Donchak mentioned a TOT item. If there's a desire in the future to direct staff to put that on the ballot, the same dates and times are in effect. So if there's any direction from the council on placing something on the ballot, please give us that direction, or ruminate on it and let us
I'd
know
like
the
to direct
date.
staff to prepare a report on what would be involved with putting the TOT initiative on the ballot for November.
Well, this is the report that details what's involved with putting it on the ballot. You're talking about a report that decides whether or not we should do it.
Right, what the justification would be, what the ask would be, and
what the other cities do, the comparison, that kind of thing. Okay? Pretty
I
good
would
with
like
that?
to clarify that the cost for the short-term lodging, that's quoted as, the registrar of voters told me approximately $35,000, but that's because of the length of it. The average measure is about $8,500.
I was going to ask you that, Joanne. Thank you. So a TOT tax increase would be about $8,500.
Depends how wordy this city attorney gets.
It has to do with the size of the published item and the length of it. So, and some cities have made the determination not to publish it, and it's just online, so it's a cheaper cost. But in the idea of being open and sharing everything with the public, the more expensive cost is probably the way to go.
Okay.
And in terms of content, if we were going to increase the TOT, in my view, any incremental TOT would be used for enforcement of some of the either public safety or code enforcement And I think you have, you
I
would
think
need to
you-
spell that out in the initiative. You can't just say we're raising it. I think you have to
Does
talk
that
about.
change the voting requirements if you earmark it to a special fund, a special cost or program, Scott?
If it's earmarked for a particular purpose or fund, yeah, that can turn it into a 2/3 majority.
Right.
The city, at the end of the day, did count on a simple majority, has to have absolute discretion over how it might be spent.
Could that be part of the report then?
We can spell that out.
Because you'd want the community to understand what they were voting on, but if that makes it a higher bar, then maybe it's something to know about.
So I'm not going to support moving forward with looking.
I've got some cards, we've got some comment here. Public hearing, and we're gonna hear about this? Was this a public hearing, Joy?
It's not a public hearing, but.
Not a
the
public
can
hearing, we've
talk
got
at
some
the
folks that
end.
would like to speak about it. Okay, Jim Bieber?
Not
Mr.
here.
Bieber, you here? No? Ballot measure short-term lodging, Harry Snyder, against it, don't wish to speak. 9B, still STLU ordinance on ballot. I don't wish to speak, but I think this is unnecessary, a waste of city money. Chris Guile. So nobody actually wanted to speak here, but except for one of them. Oh, so that completes it. Okay.
So I'm not going to support putting this on the November ballot or directing staff to come back to us with any type of report. I think this is a horrible idea, as did a majority of the speakers this evening and the people who chose not to speak. And in light of that, I would like that we direct the Planning Commission to look at caps and density for zoning of STLUs or vacation rentals. So I hope that we can get a consensus or a majority support and direct Planning Commission to do that in their upcoming meetings. So I think we do need to do that, to Lori's
But
point.
what I was proposing was not putting via STLUs on the ballot. I was proposing putting TOTs. You're saying you don't want to do that? You think that's a bad
I'll put
idea?
TOTs on the ballot, if that's what we're discussing this evening. That's fine.
That
still
that
support that.
facet of STLUs, which is the TOT component, that,
I'm going to make very clear that I'm only supporting TOT
right, which is
being
what
put on
I'm
the ballot.
proposing.
And to be clear, we're not going to put it on the ballot. We're going to discuss whether or not we should. We've got until April something or other in here until we need to let Joanne know whether we're going to study the issue and talk about it. So, okay. And I've got issues that we're sending to the PC, as we spoke about earlier. I've got grandfather residential requirements permitted in residential low, residential medium, and residential high neighborhoods. Is there something you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, so I think cap, so total caps on the
Cap,
total number
okay.
allowable in the city, and the density, in terms of how many can be located per block, per radius, per whatever it needs to be, but
Density.
some sort of density.
I would say that the Planning Commission, that's one of the things they look at is, use is the impact to the neighborhood. So they would look at density and how close they are and all of that, parking. But that is a good, they need to really look at all that. But I think they're on board with that.
Okay, well, I've got those.
I'd
I'll
like to add
send
to
those.
that list that they also look at other cities, because I'm concerned that somebody really does the homework that a lot of us had to do, not probably as well as a professional could do, but look at other cities' best practices in these categories.
And maybe Santa Barbara, who is very similar to us.
We'll let them pick.
Okay, but I also want the comments from the other cities of why they did what they did, because some of their comments were very good. Their reasonings behind how they did it or why they did it.
Anything else? I've got ink left. No? Okay. Okay, anybody else want to speak about this? I was the one that asked us to take a look at it. We've taken a look at it. I don't think it's a very good idea either. I think we'll dispense with it. I think we can get the job done here and at Planning Commission before the election. So I don't think I want to support that either. Anybody else? We're going to investigate the TOT, yes. We're talking about the ordinance to put the STLUs on the ballot, right here. You want to weigh in?
I agree.
Okay. So, have we provided direction to staff on that? You want to vote? Or, okay, staff's been provided
Are
direction.
we making a note that Lori left at 11:23 p.m.? Perfect.
Do you want me to go ahead and read the ordinance? Second reading? Number 12?
We already did.
We got that with Tim.
I did that.
Yeah.
Is that the one you read so fast? Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay. With that, I move that we adjourn to the next regular council meeting, which will be held on February 16, 2016, in the council chambers located at 100 Avenue Presidio, San Clemente, California. Closed session items will be considered at 5 p.m. The regular business meeting will commence at 6 p.m.
All in favor? Motion by Ham, second by
we have
Baker.
consensus?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed?
This is the hospital. You did the...
No, I did that. Yeah.
Any opposed?
Consensus.
Passes unanimously, John. Thank you.